No mercy from me! Said your prayers? You're done! You're done! You're done! Can't lose this! Now you know what real Kung Fu looks like. You're done! Can't lose this! Now you know what real Kung Fu looks like. I can't lose this! Can't lose this! I can't lose this! I can't lose this! You're done! You're done! Can't lose this! I can't lose this! Now you know what real Kung Fu looks like. Now you know what real Kung Fu looks like. can't lose this. I can't lose this. Now you know what real kung fu looks like. You're done. You're done. Now you know what real kung fu looks like. I can't lose this. You're done. My spirit burns. My spirit burns. You're done. You're done. Now you know what real kung fu looks like. I can't lose this. I can't lose this. I can't lose this. I can't lose this. You're done. Now you know what real kung fu looks like. Don't count me out yet. Just give up already. Can't lose this. You're done. You're done. My spirit burns. My spirit burns. I can't lose this.
Let's open the floodgates here. Let me get all the channels open so they can hear us. Get out of studio mode. Oh, we can look at this beautiful yawn match here. Have you guys seen gameplay like this before?
Never.
Ever in my life.
This is brand new.
Now you know what real kung fu
Super spicy.
I can't lose this. You're done.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna fast forward this.
Can't lose this.
This
How
match
far are we in
needs
this
more
match?
board slamming damage and board covering shields.
Dude, there's a minute and 40 left. Oh my god. Look at all these Jakes. Look at all these. Do people actually run Kushala? Is that a thing?
They should. I mean, the JP lists usually do. I think it's silly to not run them.
I fucking hate this stuff. Get him!
Yep.
All right. Secret
Whoa.
Walls just confirmed their sub for the month. Just finished watching Justice League. Guess what? Sean and Jake are not in it.
Charlie and Jake are not in it. Dude, Secret, thank you for the resub. I don't know why I don't have the notifs on the starting soon screen, but could hear the voice still. Post credit scene. Are we still liking Sherry and Yon?
Oh yeah,
I can't lose this.
Sherry's great in Yon, and also the JP lists have been using it as well. I wish I knew someone in NA that was pushing for Sherry, but I can't think of a single name.
Oh.
Yeah.
They got lucky.
I can't lose this. Chun-Li 2020.
Yeah, I definitely prefer Sherry than Maeda. I'm still not a huge fan of Maeda in the decks.
When the shield pops off, sure, but there are sometimes where it doesn't.
That's the thing with Maeda, it almost never really, like, it's too difficult to kind of get it to pop off. It's not too consistent. And
My man shielded that unit after it got sealed.
Amazing.
Guys, Yon won. The pay to win won.
Next time, I won't lose.
Next time I won't bruise.
Damn.
Alright. So we got our PS1 loading screen here. Welcome. Look at that. Sick. Made the transition kind of slow. It made it look like it was like a PS1 loading screen, dude. Oh god, no background music. Well, let's start talking while I find that.
All those red cards.
All the red cards. Hey, I try to make it thematic and not tilting, but it does have Leon in there.
We're gonna get into this first.
yeah, I saw Leon
Yeah,
and Dragoon on the
let's-
bottom. I don't know how you expect that to not be tilted.
Dragoon? He's not too bad. I don't see Dragoon too much anymore.
Kind of dropped off for some reasons.
Because people like to put state on it, and they're like, what the fuck? I hit myself for 25?
I mean, that's why you don't ascend him. You just put state on him right after you drop him.
That is the really nice part about the Envoy. You place it in Envoy, it's just like, yeah, it's like I ascended him, but I didn't.
Yes.
So everyone's probably heard about the balance changes. Why don't we start off the EX podcast March 22nd edition with it? What do you guys like about it? Wasn't it all the things that you wanted changed?
I like that for the first time, as far as I can remember, they actually buffed hero arts, and that is fantastic. That's about it. That's what I like about this stops.
They buffed hero arts, but I guess they didn't know which ones to buff, so they just picked two random ones and went with that.
They're like, what does everybody... what do y'all like to see playable?
Really glad that both red and green are getting buffs because we all know that they needed it more than any other color, right?
Ouch.
Well, I will say, if you're buffing hero arts, there are some green heroes that could need it as well, but in terms of actual hero arts.
I can think of a few more heroes that need it more than green at this point, but it's fine. It's fine. Maybe they'll get them next time.
Coral's tier 1 on what planet?
This one.
Well, let's see. Let's go through one by one here. Disloyal follower. If you want the quick rundown, it's cheaper and it banishes now, or at least it bypasses death effects. So that's one thing I noticed people were kind of not picking up on. But before, any death effect would take place unless it was like, oh, returns to the pocket. It's going to your pocket if you kill it. But so if you kill, I don't know, Spider Queen, she's not gonna bring out anything.
Right. Right.
So now it
Or
costs
revenge
2. It's
unit.
easier to use. Same damage formula.
It's good that red has another 2 MP big damage card.
A
Big
legendary.
damage.
Yet another unplayable red legendary action that was deemed to all of a sudden be playable for some reason. But it is the same effect, right? It got a buff in wording. Like you can actually understand it now. That's the way I look at it.
Ainsworth was beating people with coral. Damn, son.
Yeah,
Give me that list.
A bunch of coral, but it's whatever. But yeah, the wording change amused me greatly. Like to me, that's the bigger buff than the cost change.
I think it's not going to change how often it gets used because there really aren't that many good ascensions in red other than the
Yeah.
2 legendaries.
Like it's not like people are going to start running a bunch of Pegasus again, or I guess if you're doing Shoryuken, you might run what's that Crush dude? It's on the tip of my tongue, but can't remember his
Hideyoshi.
name.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hideyoshi, yeah.
Yeah, like you could run him, I guess. The new Ryu is Ascension, or am I thinking of the old Ryu?
Old Ryu.
New Ryu doesn't have Ascension, right? So you can do like old Ryu, but it's not really worth it as long as red decks are the way they are, which we'll get into a little bit.
Hey, listen, after you play your, Yukimura and your Dragoon, you can hit somebody for 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
And
Yuki and Dragoon are solid, but they're a bit expensive, right?
Yeah. It's
Not
just
really
a
gonna
nice
push
end game
it
card you can use for 6 damage.
Yeah.
Isn't this card cycling out of rotation? Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's the
this
other
is-
thing with this. This makes absolutely no sense to adjust this card with rotation coming very soon.
And it's
So,
a bit
please use it for a month.
it's a bit disappointing too when you see a card that is getting rotated soon being changed, and then the other cards that are in the same sets are not being changed. And I don't want to get into that too much, but I'll just say that's very disappointing that they chose this one. Out of all the cards in all the old sets, they changed a red legendary action and buffed it.
Well, if you
Okay.
want it, you're going to have to pay for it. It's going to
I
make money.
guess.
Yeah, there's just always like a red random action buffed every balance change now, it seems like.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, let's talk about another red red action, dude. Rocket launcher.
Mhm.
It's turning into. It's going from 3 MP to 3 MP. Just kidding. It's Thunderstorm now. Thunderstorm with a main hit that pierces 8 pierce damage to one enemy unit and then 4 to adjacent,
Yeah.
which is very impressive. Just the fact that you can aim it is very impressive. You don't have to take chances anymore.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see people pay attention to positioning when it comes to fighting, ultimate weapon.
Right. I think the effect change is good, for sure. Making it have the same effect as Thunderstorm is kind of lazy, but at least it pierces, so that's something different. I don't think this will fix the inherent problems with Rocket Launcher, but the fact that they changed the hero art that summons this card helps it out a little bit. But I think it still has a little bit of the same issues. If you do hit a shielded unit this will still pop off and do 4 damage to the other units of spillover, so you don't have to worry about that too much. I mean, the shield still sucks, but whatever. I mean, you'll still be able to negate it. Predation will dodge the effect entirely. And you can also just send your unit back to the pocket or to the deck, right? Which will also dodge the effect. So to me, like, this isn't as crazy as people are hyping it up to be. It still has the same weaknesses. And if you're running up against someone running Ultimate Weapon, you just need to have those cards to counter it. But that's just my take for now. It like still has kind of like the same weaknesses overall.
I actually don't see those as weaknesses. I think they're kind of strengths, right? Because now, just playing against this, you have to save very specific cards as outs, and this is just kind of, you're already saving those cards for a lot of outs against red as it is, so this is just generating more. This is kind of insane. Like, you're essentially generating lip slash damage cards every 16 AP. That's kind of crazy insane, and then it's also splashing against the board. Like, if you get them to waste a predation off of this, that's pretty good too. Similar to, you know, if you're playing against GDI as black and they're wasting predations just to avoid the banish effect, that's kind of more in your favor. I don't think that's a weakness. I think that's a strength for this.
But that's been the same issue that Ultimate Weapon has always had.
Well, Ultimate Weapon, kind of. I mean, the fact that you can't aim it, it makes it really inconsistent. And it was also a lot more mana expensive. And this, being able to aim it, kind of really, you can pick your target to force them to eat something that, you know, they don't want to deal with, just to avoid that other damage too. That's the other thing, is they would have to use that just to kind of avoid those. And it was just a lot slower. This is a lot faster. I think it was definitely more a weakness for the original one because of the random targeting and being slower. I don't think it's a weakness here, though. I think that's really good for it.
We'll have to see. I'm a little bit skeptical, but I could be wrong. It is cheaper on AP by 1. It is cheaper on MP by 1. And they made like kind of a half compromise by making it so that the hero art generated ones are cheaper and not the not all of them. So if you're using Ida, or if you're using new gen Reploids, which is going to get cycled out, you're not going to have the same discount. So that does kind of make it not as straight up buffed.
I disagree with that. I mean, it is straight up buff. For one thing, I think they kind of went too hard on buffing this, because if you're going to reduce the AP, I don't think it needed the minus MP. If you're giving it the minus AP, I don't think it needs reduced AP. For one thing, that's going to like feed into itself, right? Because now you have a 2 MP card that's going to give you 2 AP, so it's essentially a 14 AP hero art after that for most cases. And this is also just splashing so much fucking damage. This is like definitely a straight buff.
Oh no, it's definitely a buff. I'm just saying, it's instead of making all the rocket launchers 2, they made the one from the hero art 2, and then after that,
like, but I mean, getting
it out, it'll be 3.
Yeah, but still, even using Ida to get you more, like for 3 MP, you're still getting essentially a 5 MP card for it, because that's Thunderstorm is the most comparable thing, and that's 5 MP. So it's still really fucking strong.
Whoa.
I mean, I have one big counter argument to why I don't think this will be that playable. I guess 2. The more I think about it, against Denjin, I think this just loses. Because Denjin's never going to play a unit, and that you're just going to get pocket locked, and that's going to suck. And against Black, if more people start running that incense, you might just lose your hero art. But that's the issue with some other hero arts as well. And yeah, not too crazy about those matchups. But I think the way to play Ultimate Weapon, speaking of Denjin, would be very similar to a Denjin deck, which is why I don't think this is that crazy of a buff because you're literally just enforcing more action red decks, which is the problem that we're in right now. So I don't know why they're continuing to encourage that shit. So yeah, like anyone thinking of good ideas for Ultimate Weapon decks going forward, I already have one for you. Play Denjin and change the hero art. Wow, amazing. You get extra memory for Leon and Ryu and State. What a great deck. I'm sure
And
you'll
extra
find
burn
very
damage,
fast.
which honestly
Yeah,
offsets.
stupid.
So I mean,
So
that's the thing. This is essentially, I think, it's going to be better in Denjin overall because it's going to have less bad matchups than Denjin. I think Rocket Launcher is going to help with a lot of Denjin's bad matchups. I think this is going to do better in those matchups overall. It's just going to lose to the more unitless decks, but that's just kind of how it is now, anyways.
Yeah, I feel the worst for the red mirror in this case that actually tries to play units because they're gonna lose their one out.
I feel bad against any any units with like this against any units deck. I think this is gonna just suffocate unit decks.
Now, are
With
you
I think
thinking
all those red
like,
actions
think
not
antibody-
leaving as it is?
are you
think
thinking lean
antibody-
into it hard and get as many rocket launchers as possible? Like pop the Edas, go in there.
No, you don't even need to do that. Just do
Yeah.
your normal red action deck.
Yeah. But I actually do think Jill is like still going to be one of the better decks for antibody. I guess we have to say now. Whenever we say Jill, we have to specify the hero art moving forward. I guess, which is another thing I don't
Man,
like about this buff personally.
what? We there are plenty of
Because
heroes, dude. We got to do that.
when I say Jill deck, I'm still going to say antibody because I think that it is the better hero art still. I think antibody can beat Ultimate Weapon. There's still Carlos available for now. Strider can find shields. If people really get spicy, they can get Fuse for shields. And antibody is a shield, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see how Ultimate Weapon will play around antibody in those Jill matchups. But I honestly do think antibody will still be able to pull it out because State's still around, Ryu's still around, and antibody's still one of the most broken hero arts right now. So yeah.
I think it's gonna be a fucking nightmare for red because no matter how many shields you have, it's just gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna play my fist to the fire wyvern. All right, there goes your antibody shield. All right, I'm gonna hit you with this rocket launcher.
Yeah, but if they keep their shields from Carlos, then you can't do that. You got to work your way around that, right? So it's a big mind game at that point, right?
Oh
And
yeah,
then you have Rescuer's Bullet, and who cares at that point, right? So
for a month they're gonna have to try and like play the game, but when
that's
all
what I'm
those
saying.
sets get rotated out.
Yeah, but whatever I'm talking about right now, I'm talking about next month because
Oh, okay.
that's what matters right now. And to me, I feel like this didn't really change anything for next month, which is unfortunate. But maybe in the far, far future, this would become a threat.
Predator burrows until I'm dead. Listen, they didn't get that hero art. They didn't peg them this time, but won't be so
Also,
lucky.
this is just going to bring back that Explorer Ami archetype, which was all actions with some explorers. But this is going to be much better for it because you're also, you can run Claire's in there now, and this will help your explore count for actually getting those activated.
Yeah, this enables Claire, which is pretty big.
Sick. It'll be interesting to see how this impacts the way Jill is played for a month, and then it'll have to change drastically again.
I don't think it's going to change all that drastically. I mean, Red's not losing a lot of their actions, so they're going to stay.
They lose a few important ones, but that's about it.
No, I just mean like not having Carlos anymore.
Yeah, Carlos is a big hit for
yikes.
antibody. So it might shift towards Ultimate Weapon away from antibody, but it literally would still be like a Denjin deck in my opinion. Because the thing with Denjin based decks and why they work so well is they have burn cards that can charge their arts faster. And since Ultimate Weapon is now 16, which is very close to Denjin's 15, yeah, it's probably going to feel very similar in a few ways.
in the dystopian future where where ultimate weapon is nerfed and they have to nerf it, dude. They're just like, oh shit, it's too strong, dude.
Too strong. It's too strong. No, I mean there's counters to it, but again, it depends how many ultimate weapons you get out in a single game, and how many times your opponent can find the proper response fast enough. Because yeah, there's going to be a lot of baiting involved if you want to get this to land sometimes, and that can be very important. Like purple has to save their negates. Um, Literally every color has a bounce back now, except for black, I guess, but they can just kill themselves. So there's proper counters for like this and anything else, I guess. But it
Guess
it
I'll
depends
die.
on if you're smart enough to save it up. But thankfully, green can play like 12,000 shields. So
Yeah, I
but the
wonder-
problem still
Save the
lies
one.
in the fact that if you're putting in more units, then you're not going to be able to cycle for those answers, and you're gonna lose. I'm just really disappointed that this is pushing more into
Yeah,
action heavy, and
yeah,
you know,
that's what I'm
fuck
saying.
you, fuck units.
Like that's been the main issue with red, and it just seems like they introduced a new way for them to play nothing but actions in red. And yeah, that's kind of disappointing to say the least. I could say more, but I'll leave it at that. Hi, Iowa.
Hello.
Sup, Iowa? How do you feel about ultimate weapon?
Oh, the ultimate weapon change?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty cool. I like that they added the splash damage. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering how it's gonna work if like the person like loses the unit. How does that work? Does it just whiff?
Yeah,
I would assume it
completely?
is just like Thunderstorm, where all the text is on one monster or one unit. So if it gets removed, then nothing happens.
the spillover only happens if it hits a unit, but that includes hitting a shield as well.
Well, I like that it'll still deal 4 to adjacent units even with the shield. So that could call up for
Yeah.
some pretty interesting plays. Yeah.
Yeah, Skyrad's got the right plan, dude. Just play outside lanes, leave the middle empty.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have to play in the middle, I guess, but there's just so many other ways to deny this value, right? Like green is already playing Dreams and Valor. There's plenty of other bounce back to decks or pocket cards.
Yeah, but you can't put too many of those. Like I think it's
Yeah.
I think you just kind of I think the point of the fact that you have to put more of those cards in your deck to deal with the hero art when you also need those cards to deal with the deck already. That's kind of like the problem, right? Like this hero art is making you use your outs for other things that you wouldn't use, that you already kind of don't need to use for other red hero arts. So again, I think that's a strength to this. I don't think that's a you can counter it with this. I think that's in its favor, the fact that you're making them burn your cards that you normally need for other things, and you can't jam more into a deck because then your deck is just gonna
Yeah, you
get
can.
very, very inconsistent and very. If you're running more than like 3 recalls, you're gonna brick a lot and be in very bad spot.
I think
Just
Yeah,
run 3 recalls.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can still play your deck the same way you would before. I mean, it's just going to be a little bit more awkward because they can get it out faster, I guess. But I mean, this is what everyone has always done against Ultimate Weapon. Like they see Ultimate Weapon, they know they're going to have it. You save those counters for when they play it, and then it just becomes a game of chicken. Like, well, I know you have the mana for negate, so I'm not going to play this yet. I need a second one or something, right? Like a lot of Jills just started saving up two ultimate weapons before they could actually get one off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was when it was a lot slower, and
Yeah.
it's not. And then also shield was a 1-card answer to it. If your board is full, shield is no longer a 1-card answer to it.
Right. Like
I
the
told
biggest
you
thing that's
defensive
benefiting
formation.
This is the biggest thing benefiting this is that you can actually select your target now.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
huge.
Like that forces your opponent to have a proper answer on the proper unit. So you can technically remove something from the board just by selecting it. Like even if it doesn't hit, they'll still have to deal with it in their own way, which is pretty important. Like that, I think that's the only thing I like about this, I guess. But I don't expect it to hit too much, at least not for now. But we'll see.
Hot take, Denjin and Ultimate Weapon was a strong duo for the tournament, and Amada didn't do it, Ainsworth said.
Denjin was kind of good in the tournament for me, yeah. Had some awkward matchups, but...
Now, let's move on to Kikosho, which probably is the biggest shift for the hero arts. In terms of AP, at least. I don't know. I saw this, and this got my eye almost more than Ultimate Weapon. It's big.
I don't agree that this is a bigger buff than Ultimate Weapon.
It's just a bigger discount.
Yeah, Chun-Li really did need a usable hero art. I mean,
Yeah,
he was basically unplayable. Oh my god.
I'm glad you said it, because I was thinking it.
Phew.
She is on the last of the list of heroes that needed any adjustments.
We got
Oh my god, thank god I can play a third Chun-Li hero art.
we got
Shit.
Jill and Chun-Li playable next month, guys. Get hype.
Oh my goodness.
This is really gonna change the scope of the game.
Was
The
it
whole meta
Donga
just
said no one will
flipped
be
upside down.
salty over these changes?
No, you're very wrong, Dango. So here's the thing with Kikosho, right? I think it's always been a decent hero art. It just has a really bad matchup. And it's pretty obvious what that bad matchup is. And it's still around. It's kind of sucks against black. Right?
Yep.
You know what's actually pretty decent against black? Yawn. The problem I have with this is that I don't think this changes anything. Like, as long as Yawn exists the way it does, and granted that might change when Cycle goes away. We'll have to see. There's no reason to play this. Like both Kikosho and Yawn win the same matchups against like red, right? But like when it comes to different matchups, whereas it's like purple or black, stuff that can actually like remove your units, like regardless of whether you have a shield. I'd rather have Yawn instead of a bunch of shields, personally.
Yep.
But I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I don't think it's
think-
gonna beat Yawn.
I don't think it's gonna beat Yawn, but I think it's gonna be a different way you could play Chun-Li, because it's basically just the hero art cost alone puts it in the same level or plane as Shield Spire. So I could see Kikosho being ran in dual color decks or even mono green swarm color decks, and it just be its own thing. It wouldn't be amazing or great, but you could do it viably now, or more viable than it was before.
So here's a question that I was asking myself earlier, and I couldn't figure out a good answer to it. And it's a yes or no question, and I still couldn't figure it out. If you play leader summons and then Kikosho right away, is that a good play?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
There's some situations where I could see it being okay, but I don't think it's a good play.
If you Felicia and then Kikosho, is that a good play?
Yes.
It's a better play.
Yeah. Especially if we're gonna see less board wipes, that'd be nice.
7 soaring. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you put 7 soaring spirits and then leader summons, that's not fucking bad.
Let's say
Yeah,
Soaring
that's-
Spirits is not involved. They're all 2/2s.
Oh.
Yeah. Summon leaders is definitely not that great, but you have the husband and wife, and then you got Felicia. I'm sure there's other swarm green cards that I just can't think of, but you know.
So I actually don't think
Maeda,
Jack Kikosho's that
Sherry.
bad, but I think it depends on how you use it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be careful on how you use it.
And again, it depends on the matchup.
It's another tool, another instrument for players that really hate red to try and stick it to the man and make sure they win that one matchup. They could play Kikosho and get all things on the board and be like, yeah,
Now I'm running as many shields as Jill.
damn.
So now, is Kikosho able to keep up with other swarm decks like Despair? That's my next question.
I don't think so.
I think you would be safer off picking Yawn because
Right.
like shields, you're gonna keep your units around, but I don't know, man.
Right. Like we know that this will beat red, right? Like this is going to give Ultimate Weapon players a headache, and Genshin
Dude, the
players even,
Backstreet Boys screws.
right? Like this is going to really screw over red. We know this, but that's not the question, right? Like we know that's going to beat red automatically, but does it beat even like a purple deck that's running Mirage, right? Like who cares if all your units are shield? They're going to get bounced back.
Well, Teppen is already a game where no matter what you play, you're not always going to have a round matchup against everything. But I do think that this is at least tier 2 viable. At least.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
I can see that. I just don't see a lot of scenarios where there's a few scenarios, but I don't see a majority of scenarios where you take this over Shield Spire, especially in a dual color deck where it's harder to swarm. Because for every unit you're missing on the board, this loses value.
I think it's its own archetype because if you can swarm a board and your opponent can only deal with like 1 or 2 units, then the third unit's going to get just like a stack of bunch of shields. And then also they have the I guess that would be a bad example. I was gonna say 5 MP feline, but he's not a good example. I'm just saying that there are probably unique, not unique. There are ways, different cards that you could play with this hero art to make it good. I don't think it's gonna be anything traditional that we have seen before.
Yeah, and I just don't see that in a dual color, just because I feel like half MP is going to make those swarm combos too hard to make this viable.
Yeah, I don't think you can do it dual color either. I honestly think one of the better decks that you can make with this is going to be machine based.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I definitely see it better as like a machine deck. So X is no longer the second best machine deck hero art. He's now the third best machine deck hero.
Dude, Ascension Ceremony, Jaggy. Dude, I'm telling you, you got to set up the 7 Soaring Spirits. You do the Jaggies, you do Kikosho, and then you do Ascension Ceremony. Safe, dude.
And then you get the win, and then you lose 50 points because you didn't get that perfect draw the rest of your games.
Exactly. But I just know people out there do run Kikosho just to be like, damn, I hate red. I'm going to stick it to him. But just this one color, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, it's a cool change for sure that, you know, they're actually acknowledging some hero arcs weren't seeing much play, so they had to make them more playable, but man, they really had to do it with some of the strongest heroes that the game has right now. It's pretty crazy to me.
Oh, what about that disloyal follower card? That was definitely much needed buff.
Yeah, we went over that.
Definitely needed that one, dude.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
You excited to use that card? Like, to okay effect for a month before it goes away?
Got that red Ascension deck.
I wonder how
Lined
much
up.
like research and development time they put into that. They're just like, hey guys, I'm gonna put my hours in. All right, disloyal follower. All right, good to go.
It's pretty weird.
What a great investment, man.
Like I do wonder how they determined like which, you know, cards or hero arts do need the most help, if it's based on like play rate or something. Like if no one was doing this or something, and like with Kikosho, they just introduced the new card that is Kikosho friendly, but no one was still using it, and they were like, "Wait, no one's using this card. Well, maybe we should buff Kikosho so it's more playable." I don't know. Like it could be anything. I don't know.
Which is weird because I have been seeing a lot more Kikoshos because of that card's existence.
Right. But I think it's
That's why
based
they
off
did it.
of I don't know. Like I think when they make these changes, they don't base it off of like current month data, which kind of makes
Oh,
sense.
absolutely not.
Because like I don't know, like the more I thought about it, I don't think they ever base anything off of like the first month of an expansion, because there's just so much new stuff, but there's also like skewed data because of the new stuff. Like obviously Ada probably has a very high play rate right now, but that's not because she's like top tier or anything. It's just because she's new. I don't know. Like,
there hasn't been any rhyme or reason to their balance updates for a very long time.
right.
I would say since like I would say since the beginning of Teppen, there hasn't really been a rhyme or reason to
There
these
was-
nerfs.
Yeah,
Dang.
and people are saying like this is one of the better balance patches because they are actually changing hero arts, but I don't
Yeah,
know. I feel
I agree
like
with
this
that.
I feel like this is one of the more disappointing ones personally because they're finally changing hero arts, but they're choosing the wrong ones in my opinion, and they're not. Well, they nerfed one. We should get to that.
It's a baby
I-
step to the right direction.
I guess.
Honestly, it's you waiting for your meal to show up, and then like someone gives you a bag of chips. Like here.
But the far
And
I
then
guess
your
this
meal will
is
be
okay.
here in about 2 months.
but people like trash like the past few patches because they didn't really do anything. But that monster nerf was kind of a big deal in my opinion, and that's still like the only meaningful change that this game has had this year.
Damn.
In my
Moles.
Like the
Yeah.
monster nerf was meaningful, but it was also again still not touching the actual problems. And
Yeah.
these patches are way too conservative for how far they are, like apart from each other. Like I think the most universally loved and excited balance update that everyone like got into was that huge balance update where so much of the toxic cards got hit, like when Black Crowns got hit, when I mean the only disappointing thing was Betrayal got a buff for some reason, but like Rikoha was nerfed and Charge Shot was nerfed, even though I wish it was just the cards and not the hero art. But those big changes, that's what definitely gets people way more excited than here's the one card that's rotating in a month and 2 hero arts that they already have tier 1 hero arts. So honestly, yeah, I
Yep.
don't think that's really gonna change a lot. So
If
You
it's
know,
by
I mean,
play
like-
rate, then who the fuck is playing E and I?
Yeah, that's
real.
the thing, right? Like I actually saw someone run into a Dante the other day, and I was like, "Damn, someone's playing Dante. That's really gonna screw up the data."
Every time you
Uh,
see it, it's just like, oh no, don't.
Sure enough, that's what happened, I guess.
I mean, honestly, too, they kind of changed the most 2 boring hero arts in the most boring ways too. I mean, right now the meta is just spew out damage or shield all the damage, and the 2 hero arts they changed. Well, we made this one spew out more damage, and we made this one so you can shield more damage.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
I do want to fix one of my statements, which was that there wasn't a good. The balance changes have been boring since like the game came out. I do want to say that the Haunted by Memories balance update, where they nerf for Koha, that was another good one.
That was a good one, dude.
Yeah, that was a good
A
patch
funny
overall
one.
because they actually nerfed a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But ever since then, it's been very underwhelming.
Yeah, most of
And
them suck.
Not really
Ouch.
impactful at all. Which
Yeah,
is
they.
a bit of a disappointment.
I didn't
Yeah,
even
they-
want to retweet this one.
Really?
I was hesitant to press the like button.
Make it.
Well-
I was hesitant.
Yeah,
I
definitely
was
don't
hesitant to tell my friends.
I definitely would not like or retweet this kind of stuff because like as soon as I saw it and I read it, I was just like, all right, I need to
You
look
didn't
away
like
from
it.
the computer.
I
Yeah,
don't like it.
I was kind of upset. And I definitely don't want to bring
Oh.
that to others. So I rather just like keep it a secret and then just like, if they see it, they see it.
There was,
Something
I mean,
you
I know
just
you-
try to detweet, you try to take it away.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, usually when we get these balance updates like late at night, they keep me up, and I was like, "Oh God, that's gonna change this game this way. It's gonna do this. It's gonna do this." This one, I went right to sleep right after. I didn't even. Just did not care.
Damn. They always get me as I'm about to go to bed. I'm like, all right, time to pack it in. And it's just like, what? What is this? It's just like, oh. The last thing we didn't talk about was GDI has the lamest change by far is just, 2 more. 2 more
Yep.
AP. What the hell was the point of this? It makes
Does
it
this even change
10%
anything?
slower. It's okay. I don't like GDI, and this does not change it that much.
Yeah. So I get why they would change this because GDI was very strong up until this month. It was definitely one of the better hero arts for sure. And Action Ami was very popular for a long time. But
All
a
right.
better way to affect that
Evil Monkey
situation
just
was not to
confirmed
change the
their
art,
sub
but
for
maybe change
14
how
months.
Red is relying on those actions and legendaries to carry them. I don't know if this changes much, honestly. Like it's still really strong, and 23 is not that much compared to like the other hero arts that it is countering, like the spare. Yeah, not too crazy about this change, but it was needed. It needed to be nerfed in some way.
14 years, dude. Evil Monkey's been subbed. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah, I think this. I mean, right now we're in that action-based meta, but once we shift back toward more board presence, it'll be this hero art's going to come back. So, I guess we'll be ready for that question mark.
Sure,
Sure.
it depends on what else we get.
Yeah, I'm actually at a point where I'm not a fan of really nerfing hero arts, just because in this game's lifespan, a hero art gets nerfed because of just problematic cards, and then we get counters to those cards, but then the hero art remains nerfed, and that's just a dead hero art now, right? Like that's like Shadowblade should really have been unnerfed. Charge Shot is kind of another example. Quicksilver, I guess you can argue, but it's some of these. It definitely like leading more into buffs is great, but we're still seeing hero art nerfs.
I agree with this.
Well,
I think another
also
problem is hero arts are not adjusted to cost and to value. I feel like some of the cost and value don't match up at all.
Also, I'm just salty because red hero arts keep getting slap on the wrist when they get nerfed, and then I always think back to Charge Shot.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
How do I feel about ultimate weapon buffs? It's really good, but I feel like it's one of those things I'm going to eagerly make a deck for, and then it's going to be like, nah, bro, it's too many units. What do you have in here? 10? Nah, man, you got to take those out.
Yeah, I can't wait to pick apart your deck.
It's gonna be like, man, units. Nah. I mean, I forget who said it before, but it's basically gonna be Denjin.
Yeah,
Just swap the hero art. It might have been Chris that said it.
yeah. That's
I do
literally
think this kills Genesis,
it
though.
plays.
That's nice.
Yay, Genesis! Kill it.
Yeah, you would not want to play Genesis. Poor Jill's gonna have one unplayable hero art. That sucks for Jill. Maybe we should buff Genesis. Just
Damn.
generate a random explorer. On use.
It gives you 2 rocket launchers.
Yeah, yeah. You get rocket launcher. You get feng shui engine. You can get the possibilities are endless.
Possibilities are endless. That would be funny if they made it so it draws any explore ever, and you just have a bunch of just those hodgepodge of weird fucking cards.
Yeah,
You used it. You got a shield and you got a feng shui engine. Wow.
you could get cruelty or you could get supernova. Who's to say? Like
Supernova, dude. The dog from Purple from Bolverk, dude. That'd be sick.
you could get Jetta's bullshit.
Oh yeah, dude. That would
All
be
right, we should
sick
buff
as hell.
Genesis. All right, I'm convinced.
Let's do it.
That's the new Genesis effect. Get gung ho on the line.
Call it Mr. Ho right now.
Gary Ho.
Oh my god. The nerf X and Dante, cause fuck them, dude. Whoa, dude, this salt is real, dude.
I
Everyone's
think Dante
fucking.
is seeing too much play. I agree.
Dongo, you weren't being real, dude. You weren't being real when you're like, no one could be salty about these.
That was that was the last
the
change,
boat.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Please hold for Mr. Ho.
Can you scroll to the top again and read the first sentence for us? I want to highlight this.
Thank you for your continued enjoyment in playing TEPPEN.
No, the first sentence in this post.
The following balance changes. The following balance adjustments will be made in the 3.1.5.1.5 update.
No. I forgot about all that jargon. The
We're
first
committed
paragraph,
to
yeah, there we go.
we are committed to encouraging a wide variety of useful decks and strategies that players can create by combining hero arts and cards.
Yeah.
1 card and 2 hero arts. No, 3 hero
So
arts. Okay.
they've used that sentence in like every balance patch change, and has that ever held true?
Yeah, a few times.
When they
the
nerfed
HBM.
V, they sure did, dude.
Yeah.
Not always, but you know.
I'm not convinced this time.
This time, no, for sure, not
I'm
this
not
time.
convinced. To me, this doesn't change anything. The best decks are still going to be playable next month, just like they were this month.
Yep.
And it might encourage a slightly different way to play Denjin and a slightly different way to play Yawn. But to me, that doesn't count.
I appreciate the changes that they did with Jill and Kikosho. I don't appreciate that they did the disloyal follower. That just seemed like a very big waste of time for research and development. And I don't like that. But the other two I like.
I mentioned this when you weren't here, Iowa, but the biggest problem I have with this loyal follower is not the fact, that it's red or that the card is, leaving. But I guess it's the fact that it is leaving, but it's part of an old set of cards that is rotating out soon. And that entire set is not also being changed alongside it, where
My
there's
thing
a lot
is
more problem cards that need
right.
to be changed before this one got buffed.
I agree with you, yeah, for sure. It's we're both on the same page, and to add on to it, it just seems to me like a waste of time. It's like, you know, um, watching somebody do something like completely useless. Like, what does this do? This was not productive at all to change disloyal follower. It did nothing. It is so insignificant of
Yeah.
of that change. It's mind blowing how insignificant this was.
I mean, also to add to that, this loyal follower's actual change does not adjust the problem of that players have with disloyal follower. No one's like, oh my god, if this was just 1 MP cheaper, I would be playing this. Or oh my god, if this just did not cause those death effects, I would play the hell out of this. The problem with disloyal follower is that red ascension is bad, and it's not worth ascending to get that, to build that up. And reducing it by 1 MP is not gonna change that. Like this isn't gonna be like, oh yeah, this is it. Now I'm gonna run red ascension decks.
Even if it had a base damage, if it started at 3, it would be fine, but it doesn't. Because then you could at least like hit a tyrant once and then steal it.
Well, you just need 1 ascension to make a 3, right?
Yeah, so you need to play one of your 2 legendaries that ascends, and then you're off to the races, dude.
I get their logic. Like if you are ascending a lot, it's going to do a lot of damage, and even just that little bit of damage, like being able to steal a card and put it in your pocket, like stealing a revenge unit, or a unit that was going to go back to the pocket on death or any other situation, right? Like that can be really strong, but it is just going to your pocket, and that it might not even be playable at that point. It's always been an awkward card, like design wise, and even now balance wise, where people aren't going to play it because they're not really ascending right now because you don't need to play units in red.
I think you do play Disloyal and Dive Bomb Red Black, dude. That'd be kind of funny to use it on a big unit.
Yeah,
I don't think you still don't do that. Like, kind of tried it a little bit. It's just the fact that, I mean, for one thing, your ascensions aren't entirely like guaranteed in red black because of dual color, so it can get a little tricky. There are a lot of matches where it's like I was not able to ascend a 2-fox, and then you have a dead card in your hand the whole time. So I don't think it's very good for dual color, especially when you're pulling like cards that you can't play into your EX pocket too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of limited where depending on the card you steal, it might not even be something that you can play, and it might clog your pocket if you're doing stuff with like Strider. But yeah,
I didn't take tournament practice out. No. Pig didn't
Should
even join the
we-
tournament. He beat my ass, and he was like, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm gonna join.
well,
That's why we
you
can't
finished-
have more NA refs in top 8.
Well, now you finished higher than Pig because
Oh
Pig wasn't
shit!
even-
I have. Also, shout outs
wasn't
to fucking what do you call it, Void for giving shit. He wasn't even in the tournament. Didn't even have a game installed, dude. Come on.
Oh, Void was
Give
trolling
me
you.
shit, dude.
That's funny.
Just remember, if you
Um,
entered and
Yes,
lost
give
right
money.
away, you did better than the people that didn't enter at all.
Should we rate this match?
Infinitely higher than me. Damn, I'm good. I won one match the entire tournament.
This patch to me is cute tier. The only
Wow.
thing keeping it out of mother tier is the fact that it's actually buffing hero arts. That's the only positive for me.
I'm telling you, man, you're waiting for your food, and you expect this meal, and you get a bag of chips instead. It's like, well, I'm not
No, they
gonna
just
die.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll give it a 2 out of 5.
Ooh.
Not enough.
It's funny because if you brought these changes on at any other time, it would be better. But I think that the poor timing of it all is like, ooh, salt in the wound for some people. Because if you buffed Ultimate Weapon back when Jill was still like a solid tier 2, 2.5, it would have been fine. Everyone would have been like, yay. But now that she's Cancer Incarnate with the action spam, it's like, oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, that's the thing. We're in action spam hell, and they buffed one of the 3 hero arts that produces actions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you do Denja with Ultimate Weapon, you're just getting a stronger FD Ryu, a stronger Leon, and more buff on your state. So, yeah, they're just going to keep encouraging that type of play. I'm not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, that's why I like the changes, but they're at the worst time. They could have picked a way better time for these changes.
Honestly,
Oops.
should have been like at the very bare minimum, at least one hero art buff across each color.
Yeah, it seems like they were kind of going for that in the last few balance patches, which was like, okay, well, we need to do. Everyone needs to get a little bit. That's why it felt like, oh, we're gonna buff Betrayal. It's like we're hurting it kind of bad. Let's give it a little buff too.
Except Purple, who has been avoiding getting any relevant changes or buffs.
Yep. Yeah, I think Purple. I don't know. Maybe their logic was they're getting an expansion. They'll be fine. Getting a new hero and everything, but yeah, it's
They
not
got Big
fine,
Rezo. We'll be fine. Just kidding. No.
I guess.
The problem with that logic still lies in the fact that, the hero arts suck, so it doesn't matter what cards you print. When your hero arts are just bad, it's just going to be bad.
Yeah.
Buffs a red HA and the other one that counters it. Yeah, I've never liked Kikosho. I mean, honestly, the fact they're hitting hero art's good. They hit something that was out of the running for a long time, so that's nice. I do think it's a 3 out of 5 for me, but at the same time, like I said, it's just poorly timed.
Mhm. I mean,
Also,
this was-
it's
Yeah, go ahead.
just, harping back on the idea that, like, why is it a red legendary that's getting the buff, a red legendary action that's getting the buff? There are way more terrible legendaries out there than Disloyal Follower. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like even Dual Dragon Hado, when it got the buff, it's like, that's cool, but this wasn't even a legendary card that was like at the bottom of the tier list. So I don't understand like why it's just, more red action love to these.
I don't know if I've ever seen the animation they put in for Disloyal Follower.
I think you saw it once when you were doing your like all red legend deck.
Oh yeah, I remember using it when it was 0 damage and someone shielded it.
Yeah, I remember that too. They were freaking out.
Yes, dude.
You think they're dumb, but they got one memory out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe,
one memory, dude. Fuck.
maybe I just had my expectations up really high because this is the last like meaningful patch before rotation, and also like the first big patch of the tournament season since tour points are starting back up. There's going to be tournaments going forward, so I was kind of looking forward to this because a lot of big stuff is happening now. But this did not deliver.
I think anybody that has like expectations for this game is what is it? Well within their right to have those type of expectations, and the level of disappointment that people have been feeling lately, I think that they are warranted.
My
And that's
disappointment
about
is
all I
immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
that's all I can really much say.
What?
Yeah.
Tour points do matter, dang. But okay. Um,
They do matter.
we could get into tournament talk, I guess, if we're done with this.
Yes.
There's like 3 different things we have
'Cause
to mention, and
everybody's
maybe we should talk about the current tournament season first in that news post.
in the news post.
The one I brought to your stream the other day.
Oh yeah, the TEPPEN World Champion Series 2021. Big money, big prizes. Well, we got what they have called tour point battles, and then prize money tournaments. They're having what, one a month?
Yeah, it's going to be one tournament every month, as well as the typical tour point rank seasons, combining basically for the big TEPPEN Award Show of 2021, which is basically their worlds for this year, is called that, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's just like kind of like the top how many? This the final round bracket, or is
Probably
that something
32 again, right?
looking like 32?
Yeah, I think it's 32 spots again. But they're using only tour points this time. But there's 2 different ways to earn tour points, which is important. You can definitely be a ladder monster and try to get all your tour points through end of season. But there will also be monthly tournaments with online qualifiers that happen. The dates are mentioned on the post there. But you have to sign up the same way that you would in any online tournament via tournament mode in the game. And then I think it just works like a 1-day last chance qualifier event would, where you're just grinding it out and trying to get more points than everyone else to make it into the tournament.
There's currently no world's bracket. Tour point leaders get invited to the final 4 against Karan.
What?
Tour point leaders, so what, top 3?
Huh?
Yeah, I remember them making this announcement. This I already knew.
Does it say that here?
Top players in the rankings based on tour points earned from online tournaments, ranking matches, and total tour points will be honored during Award 2021, scheduled for December.
So it is an actual like award show? What? I'm confused.
I don't remember if I made a video about this, but I definitely remember this.
It's just an award show with exhibitions. Wow. Okay. Well, you still get stuff for winning the monthly tournaments. I do believe there are cash prizes for the monthly tournaments.
Yeah, where is that?
So that will be important.
Yeah, I did make a video on this. It's on my channel.
Well, let's watch that then. Wait, no.
Sure.
Sure. Viewership. You get 1 view for everyone watching it. No.
Okay.
I'll send you guys a link.
Yeah.
Forgot it was podcast day. How could you? Yep, those three guys in Corona exhibition final, dude.
There you go.
So top three in tour points, but the gimmick here is that there are many ways to get those tour points.
Yeah. It's interesting that they're giving out a lot of tour points for the lower placements as well, and just for like entering in the online qualifiers, I think you get some tour points, as long as you're like top 5,000 or something.
You get one.
Yeah, you get like one, which is kind of funny. Like it's not going to make that big of a difference, but at least you get something. So yeah, Dango's just really trying to hammer home that tour points don't matter. I think they do, but it's very specific. It's more specific than I expected.
I think it's less of a long haul, which I did feel bad for people that were pushing real hard that pretty much are committed at that point. Like even when you're halfway through the year, you have to be like, well, I've worked really hard for 6 months. I got to go for 6 more months
Yeah.
and make it count.
But yeah, that's the current tour point season, more or less. We don't have to spend too much time going on about this, but I want to just have people aware that, tour points are starting to be counted after this month. Like the current rank season should get tour points.
Yes.
So yeah, a lot of people are going to be trying a bit harder than usual to try and get up there. But the tournaments, you guys might have seen it in game. Like they mentioned something about like signups for the tournament will be happening, I think starting the 28th. For in game. And you'll notice it. There's always that tournament mode thing in the middle for signing up.
There's also the Rect tournament that opened up. You can sign up for that now.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that next. On TEPPENtournament.com if you want to go there.
TEPPEN tournament.
Or is it tournaments? Is it plural or singular?
Singular.
I think it's singular, yeah.
Cool splash art with all the purple heroes with the one that's playable. Just kidding. I'll be nice. The round robin 2, and you can sign up anytime between now and now. Just do it now.
Now. Do
It
it.
says April 9th. So I think you still got like a couple weeks to do it. Holy shit, I could sign in.
Yep. And do we know? Sorry, I might have a question about this. Do we know if this is going to be run similarly to the last round robin that happened?
They said they made some improvements, right?
It is not spread out through a week. It is
that's
much
right.
shorter.
Is it one day or?
3 days, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember it's taking place in a much shorter time span, so you're not anxiously awaiting your matches.
So it's just a few matches per day or something. Not
only first place gets a prize.
That's cool.
Yeah. So all the more reason to sign up, give it a shot, see what happens.
Are the deck rules still the same? I imagine they are.
Are the disconnect rules still the same?
The only information that we can get is from the VOD where Luke came on to talk about the tournament. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I went onto the website. The website's not updated.
That's fine. I imagine they're very similar rules where you have to bring, what is it, 3 decks, all different heroes, or hero arts. I forgot one or the other.
World Championship format.
Yeah, so I think it's 3 different hero arts, and you have to win with 2 of them. No, you can actually switch though. With Worlds, you had to pick 2 decks and stick with them. But for this one, I think you could have changed your decks, right? I honestly can't remember.
Three heroes change if you win.
Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit different from Worlds, but you still have to win with 2 different decks out of the 3 that you bring,
Noise.
which is fine. Yeah, that's cool. We'll see how many different brackets there are out of this based on how many people sign up. Is the prize still the same, or I guess more people are going to get more prizes, which is cool.
Could be
I think it's
anything.
cool for people like me that don't have very much experience in tournament settings to have more frequent tournaments. So I think it'll give me a better chance to get better, get good.
I think like the best part about a round robin format is that you actually get to play a lot of games as opposed to like, the average bracket run. On average, you get like maybe 3-4 games, unless you're like on a roll. You have to play more games. But in this one, you're guaranteed to play a lot more, win or lose, which is nice.
Yeah, I think that is one thing for TEPPEN that's kind of, I think, hard for a lot of players, is that our tournaments are pretty infrequent. So having like more tournaments being ran, I think, is really good, especially for people that are less familiar with kind of competitiveness. I know like I've just known a lot of like FGC players that like they would only do Evo and then just get kind of frustrated, right? Because you would get blown out. Whereas you compare that to players that go to like locals every week, that when you get blown out at Evo, it's like, that's fine. I'll just go. I got Wednesday night fights next week. It's not a problem. So I can definitely see that being a problem for, like you said, Mallet, for players that are less used to the competitive
There's
setting.
There's a lot of special mentality on it. How you prepare yourself, how you play against others, even just the tournaments that we have. I think I've learned something in every single tournament I've been in. So I can't imagine just doing one a year and being like, "Damn, why isn't it working?"
Some people be like that. I think I used to be more like that too myself.
I mean, hey, it's all about what you make of it. I think I made the best of my situation yesterday, and I'm pretty happy I did it. And the answer is rarely ever don't do it.
Mhm.
I learned to hate GB in this last one.
It's good that there's a bunch of tournaments happening next month as well, because you can try out those hot new balance changes in a tournament format. But yeah,
I'm gonna run Ultimate Weapon.
yep.
Everyone's gonna be like, "Hey Mal, run Jill. Come on, do it." Yeah, because
Come on.
ironically, this is what fucked me over in this last tournament.
But yeah, I mean, we're talking about it now. We should move on to it. Last but certainly not least, we just had the biggest TEPPEN tournament in the history of the game yesterday afternoon/evening. Thirsty, tell us about it.
Yeah, the TEPPEN 1K. I mean, that's just the name of it. TCS post rotation tournament. This thing was a blast. Thank you for everyone that participated, that played. It was a huge tournament. That prize pool was insane. Do not expect the next one to be that big prize pool wise. Yeah, again, we got Play TEPPEN in the chat, so thank you, Gung Ho and A Team specifically for pitching in and getting $1,000 added to it, which is still kind of insane, that we got 1K from them, and that's not even half of what the prize pool turned out to be. And yeah, I don't know, in case anyone didn't get to see the stream either, we had super spectator mode for it.
That blew my mind when I first saw it.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, they did it?
I was keeping it such a secret. Like that was the one thing that I was holding on to. That I was like, I can't tell anyone. I want it to be a surprise when we see the stream.
So even the podcast boys didn't know. It was a rip.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Super secret mode.
Yeah. So a big thanks to Luke again for setting that up too. Everything went really smooth. We actually didn't have like any troubles with the matches except for the last grand finals one, which was unfortunate. But luckily those were only spectator. I also big shout outs to overseas Japan players for coming in. Like I think Chris mentioned it like when I woke up the morning after. It's like holy shit, the whole country signed up for the tournament overnight.
Yeah, all of Japan was there to compete. It's pretty scary.
Dude, Thirsty was like, no one came to my birthday party. And it's just like everybody starts filing in, like,
Surprise.
holy shit.
Yeah, we had a lot of big names on the sign up list. Unfortunately, some of them weren't able to check in,
Oh yeah.
but we still had a lot of killers out there and a lot of Worlds players. So yeah, really cool to see players that don't normally partake in the community tournaments that Thirsty is running. A lot of them showed up. A lot of Japan, which is crazy. Results wise, what was it? 7 of the top 8 were Japan.
Yep.
Oops.
And 1 Black Lion.
Yep, Black Lion was the only one.
Dude, what a
A
badass.
couple guys finished just short of top 8 though, namely Water and Skyridge. I think also finished 9th.
Super close. Super close. But it was also really cool to just see all the decks that brought out too. And myself included, I think a lot of us thought there's no way you play Ouroboros in this format with everything they're losing. But
Yeah, that was the big surprise. An Uro
Yeah,
deck winning the tournament, which, yeah, the more I thought about it, it was like, well, it makes sense. Uro just keeps winning tournaments.
the final match of the tournament included Uros. That was just like, damn.
And Ada did do a lot better than I anticipated, which was nice to see. Unfortunately, some of it was just big resonate, which is kind of what I expected. But there wasn't that much red in a lot of the showcase matches, which is kind of disappointing. I know there was a lot of Denjin that showed up, but it seems like a lot of them either eliminated each other or just like fell off it early on.
Xenojiva was interesting. That makes sense.
Yeah, Xeno was cool.
Breakaway is so good. Yeah, about that.
I would say the hero arts mattered a little bit, Skyridge. It was awkward in some situations, right? Like Ada couldn't Mirage against Uro or something, right? Like, or Big Res. So yeah, that was pretty pointless. But the guys that were using Blackout instead, obviously got some play there. As well as what's it? I'm blanking right now. Spike Launch was pretty cool to see.
But no one wanted to play it.
It got a little bit of play at one point.
I remember looking on my stream. I was
And,
like, "Yo, I want to see that Spike Launch mirror," and then like nobody played it. They both played the other 2 decks. It was like,
Yeah.
God damn it.
The other big one was Ashura, and of course Ashura would show up in some form, but I just couldn't anticipate it. I thought it was going to be purple, but it was green, which does make a lot more sense. But even Earth, I think, brought some of the more creative decks outside of Irohani. He had Despair and Ashura mono black, but they were human based, which was pretty surprising.
That's wild.
Using the boy, I forget his name right now, begins with an R. He was also using Nohime. He was using the new Akuma, even the new 3 cost that gets buffer when his health is low. Really spicy choices from Earth there. Really like seeing that.
I was very surprised by the human despair list. It was super cool.
Yeah. And then, with Human Assure, it was kind of the same list, but with some slight adjustments.
Yeah, I almost feel like I would have liked his Ashura list more with Raging Demon, but I mean, it also it also looked like Ashura was going to pay off for him, but there's just too much. I forgot who they were playing against, but they just had too many answers.
I think it was Was it Rice?
Oh, it might have been Hoy. I think it was Hoy.
Hoy, yeah, that's who it was. Yeah, Hoy. I also didn't realize Rice Shower is actually Raya until afterwards, so that was cool to see.
Oh. Yeah, I think they joined the Discord after the tournament. I was like, oh shit.
What's up?
What's going on in here? All right. Evil Monkey has a good point. We should probably get to the tier list. Anything else to say about that sick $2,200 tournament?
It was a great experience. Personally, I finished a bit shorter of my goal. I wanted to get top 16, and I was like 2 mistakes away from it, which I'm not too happy about, but I did really well, all things considered. And I did beat Will on the main stream, so that's something I get to boast about at the very least. So
Am I gonna
yeah,
pay for that art commission? No.
I had a lot of fun, and it was pretty cool to see all of Japan show up. And yeah, this was factual. This was the biggest single tournament that this game has ever had, which is nice.
Yep, and hopefully we can keep getting closer to those types of numbers. I mean, obviously, I know the prize money was a huge draw, but I'll look into seeing what we can do scheduling wise that maybe is a better time for more players. And then just to throw it out there, next tournament's going to just be super simple, just to kind of keep things easy and avoid burnout on my end. But super simple format, just 3 hero arts, 1 legendary. Not 1 legendary between all 3 heroes. Just you can only have 1 legendary in your decks. That's it.
Yep, that's cool.
I like that. Iroha tweeted out, I won the overseas tournament that started at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
For Japan, yeah, they had to be up early, which is why a lot of them couldn't check in on time.
Yeah, some players missed it by like 5 minutes, and I felt terrible about that. And yeah, we also lost a couple of strong NA players too that missed the check-in. But they know for next time.
Now
5 a.m. It was pretty awkward for East Coast too. I was like, I'm getting hungry. I just want to leave, but I'm not stopping the last 2 matches. I had to keep going.
You're the one that wanted to restream it all. I went to get a big calzone. I was set. I was done for the
No,
night.
it's not fair. I want to see everything.
Truth be told, I kind of passed out at the end because I ate so much and I was really tired. And I kind of missed the ending a little bit, but
you saw the big Rezo beard. You're like, nah, man, I can't do it. Not again.
I'll give you the itis just off that match.
It was a very exhausting day mentally, and I definitely ate a lot, so that didn't help either. I just like passed out. I was like, who won? Huh?
So how many disloyal followers do we expect to see as the red players won legendary in next month's tournament?
3. Oh wait, no.
A ton. So many.
Man, I wish I could troll harder with those. Not troll harder, but just kind of like meme harder. I don't know. Just do silly stuff like that.
It's going to be interesting for the format when you can only choose one. Like you have to determine like what the most valuable legendary out of all the legendaries you play is. And for red, it's actually kind of a tough call, right? Like there's a lot of cards that you kind of need to rely on to win certain games, but it's going to be interesting. Like Denjin, might lean towards just, going full burn and keeping agents. But honestly, Hamiko's not a bad pick either because she can just clear a board instantly, which is pretty insane. Or, if you're playing Jill, maybe you want to use Strider, for constantly generating those explores. Or maybe use something like Trump Card just for that, quick comeback factor. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's what kind of led me to just picking this one, because when I was thinking about it, because my brain immediately goes to what is the most played decks right now, and what kind of shakes it up without necessarily killing them. And yeah, just the idea of like, well, if you only pick one, that makes it hard. Because originally I was like, a 3 legendary cap, it's like you can kind of really make that easily. I think 1 kind of makes people think the most about what they want in their deck.
I think I think by far the easiest color to make decks for the format is going to be black, because
I was going to say
Despair Despair is going to have like the easiest time in that format. Like, there's only one legendary you need in the Despair deck, and I think we all know what it is.
Which one is
Yep.
that? I did.
You'll
not-
see.
Sigma, right?
Yeah, Sigma. The people that like, I love when people put that in there. Just like, you don't need that card in there. What are you doing? Give me that.
Sigma's important for like mirrors, but that's it.
Yeah, it's gonna be Cruel Game, right? That's what we're talking about.
Living Death.
Ah, I knew it. Shit.
Living Death, dude. That's
Living
why you have
Death
such an
is-
extensive graveyard.
Yeah, you get an extra Despair for 8 mana. It's easy.
For 8 mana, dude. Okay.
Easy.
Legend Wesker, hell yes, dude. Nerg,
And
put that
now
shit
you
in.
need-
Wait,
you
no,
need
you're
that
getting rid of
legendary,
the cards.
exactly. Yeah, just paper shred your deck.
Does it
Yeah,
put the
we'll
cards
see.
in your graveyard, or does it remove them? It removes them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it removes them from the game.
Yikes. Well, whatever. I'd use that card if I had the secret art for it. It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it is.
Verdugo. Oh my god. I think it was Ainsworth had to deal with the Verdugo, and I was like, dude, just play some actions, and it's just like, oh wait, they took that off for some reason.
Yeah, that Verdugo buff didn't really make a difference, did it, guys?
Nope.
As I said.
I mean, he's
anyway.
better, but it's just the archetype still sucks.
Yeah, you can certainly play him. But yeah,
Dude, FBI,
Just-
open up, dude. That art.
I think that's it for tournament talk, though, because just making sure everyone's aware of the future of TEPPEN, and the tournaments are getting bigger and bigger, and something to consider if you guys haven't been taking it seriously lately or have considered competing more. Now is a very good time to get into the scene.
Yeah, I mean, even if if we're being honest, the balance changes aren't really moving that much. We will still have stuff to keep the community moving, keep it fresh, keep it styling, and some reason to play in one capacity or another, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was concerned with how the tournament was shaping out to be, but everyone at the last minute decided to be like, "Nah, man, don't worry." So, thank you everyone that came out.
Anytime you're like, yeah, you need decks up front, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna sign up at the last 15 minutes. But this one was not the case. Let's see.
Also, I've learned it's a trend that Japan players do. I mean, I guess they're the same, just like us, for this, in that they all signed up at the last minute. Because I know, like, I saw one of Moppi's tournaments, and it's like there's 4 players. I'm like, that sucks. And then I went to sleep and woke up. There was 44 players within like an hour.
God, yeah, it was like 36, 37, and then the next day it was like, holy hell, we got 60 something. What the?
Mhm.
Yeah, it capped out at 75.
So, why did it take these out of Mother? Huh.
What?
For some reason, when I loaded this the tier list back up, it took the Mother cards out and put them back in the pool.
Really?
Yeah, it was like, nah. These cards are so bad, put them back.
Here, let's just like, come on, man, try it in Coral first.
That's funny. Yeah, it was only the mother
Robert
cards, huh?
Kendo, hell no. Although, wait,
All right.
who? It might have been someone on Ainsworth's stream. They used Desperate Struggle, and it popped off, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Now that card's decent. That was pretty dope. They took care of his Leon or some card with that, and it was just like, "Holy shit!"
Mm-hmm.
What a Chad, dude. So we left off on purple actions.
Mhm.
So let me pull up good old visor here. There it is. Not Verdugo. Purple. Just this set. Action. Ooh, acting in secret. It's the first card, acting in secret. It's our season pass card. You should be well aware of this thing. We got 3 MP to negate a 2 cost. And once you hit memory 2, you can negate a 3 cost. And once you get to memory 7, it throws out a random halt. It doesn't say random enemy unit, but it is random. Which I think is a really kind of weird choice for an additional effect. It's like, how can we get people to play this this negate? I don't know. Put a halt on it.
So last week, I said that the purple Kami card was going to be in action, and no one could guess it. Spoilers, this is my pick. This is a brand new replacement for Unforeseen Interference. Literally the definitive purple negate card that has been around since the beginning of time. And they just literally power crept it with this card. How can this not be purple's best card?
For me, I'm gonna fall this under. I'm torn between good and great. I don't see this being Kami just because even though it is, I think, better than Unforeseen in a lot of ways, just because it is somewhat of a power creep. It's not like that strong in its own right. Like even Unforeseen isn't like the most crazy thing anymore these days, especially with how much actions are around. And I have seen cases where the actual memory requirement has actually hurt purple in some matchups too. Especially right now, going against Yon, who loves to open leader summons. Negating that leader summons can be big, but if you're not at memory 2, this kind of hurts to have over Unforeseen in that situation.
Yeah. It's pretty early on, but yeah, that's a pretty common occurrence.
Yeah, and then the halt on top, that's like all just extra gravy too if you can get there. I think for me it's good. Borderline great. Just because that early memory thing, even as insignificant as it is, can kind of bite you sometimes. And the memory 7 thing, it's nice extra, but it's not like doing a crazy amount compared to Unforeseen as well. Even though I do think like if you're running 2 Unforeseens, you should absolutely replace one with this, maybe even both, depending on if you're scared of that opening leader summons or not.
Yeah.
Chat says good. I think. Yeah, I also think it's good. I wouldn't replace all of my interferences with it, but I would replace one of them with it.
I won't say it's less than great, just because of the effect. It's still my pick for Kami. I don't think anything else in purple for this set comes close to this, other than obviously basic Ada, which we put above it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not convinced by anything else that purple got to rate it higher than this card.
That's it. Iowa, what do you think?
I think it is pretty
I'm
good.
playing.
I would say it's a good card.
I hear Iowa
There's
playing.
no Kami yet.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a good card.
Good it is. Ooh, next card. This thing. Vaccine sample. Hopefully everyone's getting their vaccine sample soon. Randomly activate one of the following effects. You either take a hit to your MP by 20% for 10 seconds. It's weird to see it written that way. Randomly lock one of your empty board slots for 10 seconds, or give a random unit in your hand or EX pocket +2/+2. I've heard this is more played by Japanese players. Probably because on paper it sounds good, but goddamn, maybe it's, you know, what do you call it? What's that called? Confirmation bias. Or you're just like, it's bad, and then like you play it, and it's just like, see, I got the MP thing, and you're just mad at it.
It's awkward, but it's also a big payoff. And I mean, it is only 1 mana, so, or sorry, not mana, miracle whip points or whatever. I don't know.
Miracle.
Whatever they're
Garage
calling it now.
particles.
Yeah. Meniscus, parallax. Got it. So like, yeah, for one, like, purple always loves their 1 cost to get that memory up as fast as possible. And the benefit of getting lock for any of your units that synergize with it is great. Getting the random buff, amazing, right? The one downside does kind of suck, but if you're both at like 10 maximum particle values, then it's not that big of a deal.
Particle values.
So I actually think it's really solid. I'd say it's good.
I want to believe in it, but every time I fucking use it, I get I get the MP thing.
So yeah, I think if you're using this to rely on any of the effects, I think you're gonna have a bad time. This is really good though, as a card to throw out in neutral early game too, when everyone's just kind of building up mana, and kind of just memory building. That's I was definitely against this card when I saw it too. I was like, this thing is terrible, but that's because my brain wasn't in how purple plays mind space, and I think this is very strong for them. That 20% mana speed isn't really all that bad actually, because purple isn't really usually kind of like trying to throw stuff out like crazy anyways. They're really comfortable at sitting at 10 and controlling the match. So yeah, and then when you do get that buff, that it's such a huge thing in your favor, especially on like depending on what it buffs. Like if this buffs a basic Ada, that's kind of crazy, just giving her those stats with already how much she's doing, or really anything. 2/2 for 1 is super strong. Its biggest downside is that if your opponent is paying attention, they can definitely know what you got, right? But yeah, even when I get like since I started focusing this more in memory decks and less on buffing units, I've had a lot better time with this card, especially if you're running like a lot of memory units too, and they get the attack buff. That's fantastic. I think this card's good.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, on paper is how it should be, and like that's how you should assess this thing. Is judging by all the effects it could have for you, it's generally harmless. Even if it does hit you with the MP charge speed, you lose like 0.6 MP, which isn't that much in the long run. And when you get that buff on a unit, when you see that HT0 at 5.8 in your pocket, you're like, God damn, dude. Boy's big.
Pretty good. Yeah, and again, worst case scenario, it's just more memory, it's more resonate charges. Yeah, just another 1 MP action for purple to jam in along with the other ones.
Chat said good. I say good.
What does Iowa think?
I play it. One of purple's problems is just being able to filter without doing anything. So I like having this, but I do think that one of the other cards coming up is probably better than this. But I still play this in my big Rezo deck.
That's interesting because getting that buff on one of your units helps it start out better.
Yep. I just like that I don't brick, because if you've seen my Twitter, some of my frustration posts are because I brick with purple. And I think purple has that problem.
Right.
And it's nice to have more options so I don't brick.
Yeah, especially too when you think of Big Rezo as a deck, they generally don't care that much about MP. Like if you think you're playing against Temptation, like they generally don't care if their MP gets slowed down for a little bit.
Yeah, we generate it with Hero Art. We also scale a lot of value just from resonating,
Mm-hmm.
so that's
true.
why.
Pays for itself.
Yeah, I mention it mostly just because it's like you're paying attention, close attention to what you're getting out of it. It's just like, damn it, the gambling.
And the effect doesn't show for you until after it resolves, right?
Yeah,
Right. It is a dice roll that you
see
have
that
to wait
hourglass.
for. Yeah.
For
Like,
me,
oh,
sometimes it's like you see the hourglass like a few seconds later, and you're like, what the hell?
Oh.
that sounds about right.
That and like the MP bar changes color and it makes you feel bad. It's like, no, I'm not bad. I know how to high roll, honestly.
The dehydrated memory bar, or MP bar.
Moving on. Yeah.
The tired. The EMF visualizer, dude. She got the price gun. Ada got a part-time job at the Food Lion, dude. 1 MP to give 1 random unit in your hand or EX pocket with MP cost of 5 or less, minus 1 MP for each of your board slots inflicted with locks. So if you have 3 locks, I think it just targets 1 random unit and gives minus 3. It doesn't like spread them out. It doesn't do like a separate process for each one.
Is this actually only including your side, or does it include the opponent's side as well?
Each of your board slots inflicted with locks. So unless there's a typo.
Yeah, I know it says that, but there's a few cards that do it differently, like Oro doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
I
haven't
honestly don't know.
used it enough.
Yeah.
It says it has a discount, so I'm automatically on board. So
It does indeed discount.
yes.
I think the big problem with this is that it has to be a 5 cost or less unit. And I understand why. It's just a little bit of a bummer, right? Because a lot of Purple's best units, granted, they've been getting a lot of better lower cost units in these last 2 patches, or last 2 expansions, I should say. Sorry. But a lot of their big, like, legendaries in particular are 6 and higher. So that's the one thing that's holding this back for me personally. But in a lock-based deck where you are using a lot of like mid-range units, this can be very nice.
Yeah, I do like it for more than just a discount. I appreciate that they limited it to 5 or less, but it does make it harder to use sometimes.
And again, like discounting your units can be good sometimes, but then they become vulnerable, right? Like I've kind of cringed a few times when I've made Maria 4 cost because I didn't want to play around anymore. Like I knew what was going to happen. But that's just how it is right now with the current state of the game.
And that I do think that's going to be a little bit better. I do think discounting is going to be a bit better after rotation.
Sure.
I mean, it depends what happens, but also this is another card that you can just cycle out to, since it doesn't. To the best of my knowledge, it doesn't require you to have a lock, so you can just throw this out. So I think that's again pretty good for Memory Purple.
Yeah, and I saw a few tournament decks from the JP players actually running this card.
Chat says
Well,
good.
I don't think this is good as Vaccine. I say this is good as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's good overall. Yeah. It's
Good.
just solid.
Black Crown's Madness is a joke compared to this. Dude, Black Crown's Madness right now is a joke compared to anything. It's not even Mother tier anymore. It's beyond that.
Marvin Mother.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much on the good train with this one. Or even a tier below Mother? No, but
Yeah,
Black
it's
Crown's
Black Crowns.
madness, dude. I just love the fact there's a card you can play now where it's a buff, technically, but it's something that makes the friggin' screen shake because it hurts you that much.
Crown tier.
Next card is Three Swords, dude. Legend of Zelda Three Swords Adventures. 2 MP to give one friendly unit with an MP cost of 4 or less. After dealing damage to the enemy hero, return one enemy unit with an MP cost of 3 or less to the EX pocket. What a very specific but very annoying card.
Yeah. I haven't really seen it played that much. I don't know about you guys. I think I saw someone trying to set it up once. I forget what they were doing though. I think it was on the one of the agility 4 costs. It was either Mizu or Kasuga. And that was certainly annoying, but it just feels like win more in a lot of those situations against like black decks that are running like 3 costs. But I don't know.
I know I was afraid of this card when it first showed up. Like, there's no need to do that, man. With Kasuga, I could see it being really annoying as maybe a one of in a PB deck, but meh.
The thing is, there just aren't that many decks out there that are really relying on 3 costs currently, outside of black, like I said. So that does kind of hurt it as well. But post rotation, it could, see a comeback, I guess.
Yeah, I can kind of see it coming back post rotation, but right now I think it's just a gimmick. And I think it's even going to struggle after post rotation because it is kind of relying on a lot to get that right. Like it could be infuriating game ending depending on how bad your hand is for your opponent, but it's also very specific. It's got to be a 4 MP unit, and it has to hit the hero. And it's only like bouncing 3 costs or less. I just don't see this generally being ran because it's just there's so many specifics going on to it that there's just so many ways for this to go wrong that like I think you definitely are building your deck around this, which at that point makes this gimmick.
Yep.
Yeah. They had to make sure nobody can play Coral, dude. Like, you put that shit back in your pocket right now.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing too. It's not even bouncing to the deck; it's bouncing to the pocket. So that's also kind of like a little bit weaker for it as well.
We'll see. The card sets have made everyone's pocket a pretty big resource.
It has, yeah. Iowa, have you seen this card played at all?
Nope. But I am also not a good person to ask because I haven't really been playing TEPPEN.
That's fine.
Gimmick
Have you
says
been-
the chat.
Yeah, like I feel like I don't know. Well, what do you guys think? Is it anything more than a gimmick?
I think Gimmick is perfect place for it. There are 3 conditions to fulfill. It has to be MP cost of 4 or less to put on the unit. It has to deal damage to the hero, and it has to be a 3 MP unit on the board.
This would have
Yeah,
been really funny back in the fours meta, but that time is long past.
Would have pissed me off, dude.
Yeah, the only thing that's keeping from me giving it like cute tier is that if like I definitely could see this as a counter tech card if the meta ever shifted to just like 3 costs have gotten out of control again. Especially because when Alfred's gone, everyone's like, yeah, let's bring out our 3 costs, and then this shit'll pop up and ruin everyone's day again.
Purple just has so many ways to bounce them back already, though, without having to rely on a 4 mana unit sticking.
Yeah, and that's kind of definitely working against it as well. But if you want to get that engine going and ruin that one person's day,
Paluma with this crushes all the foxes. Yeah.
It does.
You ain't never gonna play that.
It sure does.
What a Twisted Marriage is next, dude. This card, pretty dope. Return one friendly purple unit to the EX pocket. Lock one of your board spaces. Well, I should say the locks the slot that it was previously occupying, because I think it's always the same spot, right?
Is
I
it called
really hate
Twisted Marriage? Oh, it
this
is.
card.
I always call it Divorce.
Divorce, dude.
I always call it Divorce.
But you lock one of your board slots, and then it gives a random enemy unit -4 attack. It could be any slot? Oh, wow. Well, then I am sadly mistaken.
Yeah, it's any slot. Like sometimes I do get lucky and it does lock the same slot that the unit was in. But it is random. This card's actually pretty crazy. I lost to this card yesterday because I ran into Cherry playing Blackout, and for some reason I didn't use Doll's Memory on my Yasu to counter this card, and then I got blacked out. Yeah, I actually like this card a lot, personally, because it is a good way to return back to the pocket. This can help set up hero arts like Breakaway, as well as just, anything that you want to do with your pocket, like Buffet, or just save one of your units, right? And this will lock, which can benefit a lot of newer cards, and it debuffs the opponent's attack, which, like the example I said, it can set up your Blackout pretty easily for some pretty crazy kills. So I actually like this card a lot. It's very useful right now, especially.
-4 attack is a lot.
Yep.
I really don't like the design of this card.
Really?
I'm not saying it's bad, but as like a purple player and from the card player perspective, the Rescuer Bullets has already been, something we can agree on that has made red legendaries very powerful.
Mhm.
As far as like, FDR being a huge threat that you can have twice, and 2 triggers with Leon, things like that. And when they release cards like these into colors, I think that the more that they design good legendary cards that have, kind of the FDR effect, it'll either be too strong or it'll hinder design because they don't want to break the card.
Hmm.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. This does do a really good job, especially for some purple legendaries. Being able to pull Neffen back with this, or Magoichi. Just a couple examples. They're really easy to set up. Again, once you do get them back.
Yeah, and to add to what I was saying, though, I think the better way for them to go around it is not design cards like this per se, or to avoid designing cards like this. I think what they need to do is just not design cards like FDR or Leon. Would be the better route.
Yeah.
Just because there's always going to be something, right? Like you shouldn't have like a card that's like. I think every legendary should be designed in mind of what if they had 2 of them, because if you make it so it's impossible to get 2 of them, then you're limiting your design. But this game has made it very easy to duplicate your legendaries in several ways. And yeah, those cards should be hit as well too. But also, yeah, legendaries just shouldn't be so ass blasting as they are now.
Yeah, card game should be a game of attrition. It does not feel that way right now.
Yeah.
These cards should not be able to target legendaries. I agree.
Yeah. That's been the case for a while. It's a bigger problem with Rescuer's Bullet, of course, but yeah, this being able to do -4 attack, like it's not doing like damage like Rescuer's Bullet, but this is still very meaningful. The only thing is it is random, which can kind of suck. But if you can single out a certain unit and set up your Blackout with this, it's very strong. But I could see why chat voted it as just good.
Just good.
What do you guys think?
I think it's great because there wasn't really a tool like this in purple quite yet, in terms of being able to yoink back a unit in case of like ultimate weapon, new ultimate weapon, smile.
They have Curse Seal from the previous expansion.
They have, what is it?
Curse Seal.
Yeah,
Oh,
that one
yeah.
bounces back and then locks the enemy board slot.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the very few ways you can lock your opponent's slot when ceasefire goes away. So that's kind of a big deal. When making lock decks recently, I've kind of been on the fence. Like I've kind of done one Cursed Seal and one Twisted Marriage because I couldn't decide which one was better. They're both very situational depending on what you want to do, but they still have the same effect of saving your unit, which is very important. But yeah, it's very dependent on what you're trying to do, what you're trying to set up, and what your deck consists of.
Yeah, I forgot about Curse Seal because I don't really see it at all. But yeah, I guess this is kind of like either pick this or pick that for a way to yoink back your unit because sometimes you need that, and if you're playing Breakaway, you will need several of these.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah, for me,
I
this
think
is-
it's great.
Yeah, I also think this is great. I mean, that -4 is a lot, sets up for a lot. And I love using this in my stupid degenerate purple blackout destroy all base attacks deck that I'm slapping together. It's and then recalls I think are getting more and more prevalent as we go on and are very important. So I think this is just going to get more important, especially with Ultimate Weapon coming out because purple wasn't struggling against red as it is. So this'll help a little bit. I think it's great.
I'm fine with great.
Me too.
I'm fine with great given the history of how broken these cards are. But yeah.
Yes.
-4 is just so much. Oh, it's the card that everybody gets a little thirsty for. Confluence of Fate. Don't look too closely at it. I do have a mature audiences thing on this stream, so.
Yeah,
4-cost card that gives one friendly purple unit attacking, halt one random friendly unit for 5 seconds, and halt one random enemy unit for 5 seconds. Yup.
This one's weird. This one's very weird. They did introduce some new units that coincide with this effect. Of course, showing Morgan and Lilith on the art implies that the new Morgan and the new Lilith would likely enjoy this card more than other units in the set. But I think the price is a bit much. It is going to be like permanent halt with every attack, which is nice to have, but it's kind of a similar effect to what Amatsu's already doing. Granted, I think he has to hit the hero.
Yes.
So,
or wait,
like this, or is it
I
on
don't think
attack?
it
No,
does.
Amatsu is attacking.
Amatsu's on attack as well. Okay, so this is basically giving the Amatsu effect to like any unit in the game. But the problem is it also can halt another one of your units, which is kind of it's kind of an awkward catch. Like obviously in Big Resonate, this isn't a big deal because you're usually only having one unit out there max. But in other decks, I don't understand how you can get away with this.
I have positive experiences running this in Big Rezo.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. One thing that I found out was that if you have 3 of these on one unit, they stack, but
Yep.
they are still random to do like 2 triggers on like one enemy unit. But
Right.
you could also be very lucky and then get 3 triggers on 3 separate enemy units. But it's really funny to have Morgan because you're effectively getting 6 triggers every 10 seconds. So 6 things will get halted every one normal attack line. So you pretty much just win at that point.
How are you even setting
Sounds
that
good.
all that up? Like, sounds crazy.
My opponent, I guess, did not have the right cards, so I
This
got
sounds
all
like
3
it.
onto Morgan. Yeah.
They did not have hard destroys or a ton of fucking damage, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say like if I tried to set that up, I'd probably get lip slash right away and just give up. Like, well, I tried. That sounds pretty dirty though.
Iowa, can you
I've
send me your
never-
Big Rezo deck? I want to mess with it now.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Chat said gimmick overall.
Chances gimmick. I kind of say gimmick.
It's close to gimmick for me. It's all
It's
right.
definitely a gimmick.
At the very most, it's all right, but it's kind of gimmicky in design.
Definitely a gimmicky card.
Thirsty.
I'll go with gimmick.
Gimmick.
Your opponent's not playing units anyways.
Yup.
Yo, dude, this card, dude, Oro, the umpire dude, he's like fucking safe, dude. He totally made it, dude. Safe. Soul of the Hermit, 3 costs for the Yukimura effect. Yeah,
Well-
for 10 seconds.
Yukimura wasn't the first unit to have this effect.
Nah, pretty sure it
The
was.
dude is literally on the art. He's literally right
He's
there.
literally there, dude.
He's right
Yeah,
there.
the Orochi.
Yes.
The Orochi man, dude.
Rana posted that they were playing 3 copies of these, and like he was gonna play in the 2K or the 1K,
In
whatever.
the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, and he had 3 big reso deck lists with 3 copies of these in them
Yep.
each.
Makes sense.
It's very smart. Unless you run to black, then it doesn't matter.
This card ends up being like the sassiest friggin' one of ever, dude, in any purple deck, I feel like.
It's
Yeah, it's like 3 MP shield.
it's definitely something that red does not like to see, for sure. Speaking from experience as well, I was like, oh, that's cute. Yeah, not much you can do about it if it's set up at the right time. You just gotta wait it out.
What is that word? All of creation bows in obeisance. Is that a word? I don't know that word. Is that a typo for obedience?
Obeisance? Obeisance?
English.
It is. Deferential
Yeah.
respect. Okay.
I see.
I got you.
Bow
It
down,
was a
baby.
very convenient typo for obedience, dude.
Bow down. Yeah. So I have some decent experience with this card. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's just not so great. But it does definitely surprise the opponent every time. You can just tell based on how they react.
Obeisance.
So it's a cute tech card for sure.
Cute.
But I don't think it's cute tier. I don't think it's cute tier. I just think it's cute seeing it played. The effect itself is really strong, of course, against red. But again, like I said before, black doesn't really care, and purple usually doesn't care either. I mean, it can save you from like a buffet and stuff like that. So that's cool. So it kind of falls in the middle for me.
I've blocked lib slashes with it, so I'm already on the fucking train, dude.
It does, like, purple does need more ways to deal with their worst matchup being red. So this is a huge, right?
Chat says
Yeah.
good.
I'm a big fan of this just because of that. And yeah, I've had really good success with this card when I was messing with Ada. It's pretty big. It saved me from getting heavy pierced by a Kami before, and that was
Nice.
huge.
Yep.
I do wish it was a little cheaper. I think it would have been good at 2, especially because it's kind of needed for that bad matchup of it. But I think it's good.
Shit, I think it's great.
As a 2 cost, this would be insane. Yeah.
2 costs, yeah, would be insane.
I'm between good and all right. It can be
Fine.
awkward,
Chat thinks
but
it's good.
Actually, Mel, I was gonna agree with you on great.
Sick.
nice.
I would say great because, you know, purple didn't have this before, and if they're going to, you know, keep endorsing like toxic playstyles, then you definitely want this card in your deck.
I think it's just crazy if you have something in front of FDR, and if it has like 3 attack and you put this thing on it, then it'll survive like any onslaught in time to kill the guy.
That's also another good point. It's a great counter card to like you said, FDR. So just by that alone, I feel like is worth to put it in a great slot. You know, it's not just as useful as its inabilities, but it could be useful in the future as well, you know, as the game keeps growing.
Anyone else changing their mind? Anyone else? Fine, I'll put it in good.
I was gonna change my mind. I was gonna say great.
Great. Put it in great then. I
That's
like
just
this card.
fine.
It's fun.
Because I was gonna come in and be like, this card is great. I get these dope giant Marias, but then everyone was gonna throw logic at me. I'd be like, fine, it's good.
Logic, dude.
Since I'm not alone in this, it's great.
I'm just saying there's very like there's very few things this does great against, and there's like very few things that it feels bad against. So it's just kind of like in the middle for me. Kind of like a 50-50 based on matchups if it's going to actually pop off.
I
If
think it's
you're
also
putting it
good
in front of
against
a
green when they're trying to seal it just to save something. Killing a seal for this is good too.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, there's a. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if you're using this on a unit to block an agility unit, you get 3 hits worth out of this.
You can, yeah.
Which is pretty good.
I also think every single color or most archetypes they kind of revolve around having big static units, and if you could use this to outtrade your opponent, then this is a really good purple card just to like have it as a response so you can outtrade them. I think it's worth. Like it doesn't have to be big reso play style just to protect like one hit. It could be, you know, just defending something.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like all matchups it's okay except for Denjin. Well, Denjin does have FDR.
Wait, you can't put this on Orochi, dude. That'd be sick
Yeah,
though
go for it.
if they switched it over. If they made the card change color, that'd be cool actually.
Yeah, go for it. Knock yourself out.
Yo, we got this card. I know people are gonna love, dude. Job for the assassin. 2 MP drain card again. Well, it's kind of a drain card. Deal deal damage to an enemy unit equal to the number of of your board spaces inflicted with lock times 3. And if the enemy is destroyed, you get 3 life. This card's great.
It's pretty nuts. I really liked this card when it first came out. Was really obsessed with it because of the amount of damage it can do. Maximum value of 9 damage for 2 MP. Look, we're playing red all of a sudden. This is meant to be like the replacement for Buffet, or it's kind of similar to like Witch of the Abyss, except you can get more value out of it, and it's a lot easier to set up because you don't need demons to be out there. On average, you're probably just doing 3 damage, to be honest. Sometimes you can get 6, but that 9 damage is very rare unless you're like just using Mirage to set it up, or Ceasefire, I guess. I've kind of been like a bit less thrilled by it over time because it can brick. If you don't have your locks set up and you're stuck with a lot of these, you're probably not doing any damage with them just because you have to cycle. It can feel really bad. And if you don't kill the unit with this, then that secondary effect isn't happening, of course. And that can also feel bad because, yeah, you kind of need the heal at some points. Then when Buffet goes away, you're kind of stuck between either using this or Witch. And, I mean, they both have their pluses and downsides. This one's a little bit better than Witch, though. I can't say this is great, personally, after playing it a lot. I think it's good, though. Very solid.
Who's the victim? That's what. It's too blurry. It looks like a potato.
Some guy.
Huh. I don't get it. See the 5 MP feline? Literally some random dude in a blue shirt.
Do you guys have experience with this card?
Yeah, so I think I was on the exact same spot as Chris early on. I was like, this card is insane, and it's still really strong, but it's also kind of, as it got like more in the meta too, it was really kind of easy to play around because you just wait for the Lux to run out, and you know they still have it, but it's not going to do anything. I do think this card's strength really lied in people not knowing how to play against Lux when it first came out. That being said, though, it's still really strong, but I would put it in good for that alone. Because even in a deck that's like all lock based, it can still be really awkward to find a good time to use it.
There have been so many points where I had this card in my hand. I locked my board with either an action because I had the cycle, or I bounced my opponent with Ado or again or something, and then I just prayed for them to play a unit before the lock went away. They play the unit right before the lock goes away. I try to play this out, and it misses. And I get really sad.
Yep, I've been there too.
It's a timing thing as well, which is kind of a downside for sure.
Okay,
like
I
either
fixed
deal
it.
6 damage or 0. Whatever. Why is Sagadin great? I don't know, Will, you tell us.
You don't like Saget?
I think I had him in good personally, but yeah, everyone voted great, I think.
Yeah, I changed my mind on Sagat too. He's good.
He's really good in Coral Dungeon.
I've always liked Sakura more than Sagat.
Wow.
It's true though.
This time he's telling the truth.
Chat says great for this. I think it's a great card for lock decks.
I think Iowa might be the tiebreaker then. It's too good versus too great.
For what was this card again?
Job for the assassin.
Damage based on locks.
Oh, that card. I feel like it's a good card, yeah. The conditional part, as good as the payoff is, I don't think that the conditional part is too consistent unless they keep printing out more lock cards.
I think this needed to be, to put this in great for me, it needed to be similar to kind of like a lot of other damage cards that have other stipulations going on, where at least it's doing some sort of base damage. The fact that this can do 0 damage feels real bad. If this had like does 2 damage and then gets bonus damage from locks, I think this would be great. Even if it was just 1 to like ping a shield or something, the fact that it's absolutely 0 feels real bad.
Yikes. So Iowa says good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, good.
Yo, next card, Countervailing Forces. Bruh. You remember practicing, was it with Silu to use this card? He pulled this out, and I was like, son of a bitch. He bounced my Bison. I was like, you can't do anything. You cooked. And he fucking brought that out, and I was like, oh, all right then. This card's a 6 MP, sort of Soul's Return, but balanced. Returns all friendly units to the deck, and then however many units you're returning to your deck, you randomly return that many enemy units on the opposite side there.
So, I don't know if I'm allowed to share this information, but someone sent me a very spicy deck earlier today that has stuff like Jester and Greed and V, and they use this card. And the more I thought about it, I was like, that's kind of cool, because you're kind of going to get a full like board clear in a way, once things do get a little out of control. but I don't know how often it's going to work. And I think that's maybe the only way you can set this up properly to get that full board clear. I guess you could do it with X Hunters as well, but why would you do that? I don't know. Have you guys seen this at all?
I haven't seen too much of it, but I do think that would be the best way to go about it is with, token resonate cards. It just seems I think that's very situational. It's just kind of rough right now because purple is having a hard time playing out units. So this card that's kind of I think is struggling, but I do like the card. I do like the design, and I do think it's definitely something that could come back up in the future.
That concept you shared with the unit spawners and that's pretty good synergy. I like it. I just don't think that the unit spawners have enough pressure, although they could get there. I feel like definitely a lot more positive experiences with Jester as of late.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not tier 1 either.
Yeah.
It's like if you were to play Dalamadur Nero,
Yeah.
it works.
It's just interesting where it can work that way. And it doesn't have to be a full board. It can just be, 1-to-1. I guess it's effective for like, big resonate mirrors or something if things are getting out of control, but I don't know. Like the fact that you have to have units is a little tricky, right? Like trying to do this against like an Ouroboros deck might be not good.
Chat says all right.
It's pretty smart. I would put it the same way I look at Nero Dalamadur.
Oof. Dalamadur
see.
tier. I think alright's a good spot for it. It's a nice card to spring on somebody.
I was gonna say gimmick, but yeah, all right's fine. It's either one or the other.
Can
I
we
have
put it in
no
the
strong
spicy
feelings one way
of?
or the other.
Well, it sounds like it's going in all right then. Traded a full board plus 6 MP to get 3 31 MP Jaggies. They're huge.
Look, man, if you have a full board and they have a full board and they use Trinity, this is tight.
Fuck your entire board. Oh, it was. Yeah, I think the situation that Silo used it against me was just fucking amazing. Because I was like, Bison, I'm invincible. Ascended. He was like, get him out of here.
Yeah, but if you had a destroy in hand.
It's actually funny because I did not expect anything like that, so I actually played the Psycho Power. But if I did not play the Psycho Power, if you played that first, I could have played Punishment for Betrayal to cuck it. So.
Oh, then that makes this card sound worse.
Oh. But it's still 5
This
MP
card's
to prevent
great
that from
if
going
your
off.
opponent misplays.
I wouldn't call it a misplay.
There's a lot involved.
I dare say there wasn't really too many options to deal with what I was doing. So.
Oh, well, I mean, you just told me you use Psycho Power instead of Punishment to stop it.
Oh, no. I said I was the one that started the action phase. And then he used that, but if I had just waited for him to play that first, I mean, not that he would do that, but what else how are you gonna deal with Bison boys?
All right.
Alright.
What else? What else is left? Oh, we still have to do the legendaries, right?
We got one last non-legendary action, and that's memory control.
is.
Everyone's favorite,
How could I forget?
memory control. This is you lock one of your board slots and you give a random friendly unit 2 HP. Random friendly unit, not color locked, and you choose the locked slot. Which I think is the better option. You choose the locked slot, and the random friendly unit getting the heal is the one that's random. So this is easy to cycle. No muss, no fuss.
Yup. This card is pretty damn good in the right situations.
Honey can break this can't. That's true.
Like at the very least, you're just locking one of your slots for 10 seconds. But if you have a unit on the board, namely like, anything really, like this is really great in Resonate, because you're getting that extra health. It's great with, certain units that will thrive off of those locks. Even units that, just you want to keep out there longer, like Nevin can benefit from this. But yeah, the Flying Dante, pretty damn good with this too. Yeah, it's just a really solid buff, and it's only 1 MP. So, of course, a lot of purple decks are using it right now. Very easy way to set up basic Ada, yes, because you'll give her a discount, and you'll also guarantee that she could potentially get a twofer. So this card's pretty nuts in the right situation. This was my pick for great tier personally.
Yep, this is just great. Goes for great for me.
Yeah, I think this card is fantastic, and no, it's an epic card. It's a little expensive to craft, but I know one of the decks I offered up to Timo had 3 of these, and he didn't have that. And it was kind of like, you kind of need 3 of these cards. If you're locking stuff, you really want this card.
Chat's kind of torn here.
How? It does a lot for being 1 MP. I don't know.
Well, they're between Kami and Great.
Oh, fair enough. Considering, ooh, it is torn. Right down the middle. It does accomplish a hell of a lot for being a 1 MP card.
Yeah. I mean, I still have it at Great. But I understand why people have it at Kami.
It's also a card that goes with the Penguin tier from this set.
It does.
I would say personally, I would say it's great. On the sense that it's a really good utility card. Like it's well costed, does a really cool ability. It's good all around, and you don't brick with it. But I would say that the Ada Wong Basic is more Kami tier because of how it can shift games. I feel like while this card is good, it's not going to shift any type of game. It's just a good card to have in your deck.
Well, we have Ada and Penguin, so this isn't even fighting
Yeah.
for that spot.
Oh. Well then. Kami tier it is.
Damn.
Yeah, I think another card is Kami, but like between these two, I think this one and the next one that we'll get to, I'm fine with either or being there.
Well, I already gave my Kami, and the rest of the cards I'm just going to say are great. Spoilers. So I'm not changing my vote.
Memory. I'll say great for this one. I'm sorry. It's great. You definitely want 3 of them in any deck where you're playing actions, which in the game of Teppen, that's every fucking deck.
Yep.
I'll change my vote to great. I just realized
Wow.
what the next card is.
Wow.
You can brick with this on a full board? Damn, you're right.
Sure can. That's why I'm not crazy about it like all the time, but it's definitely something that you can abuse in like resonate decks. At least the ones that you're only playing one unit out at a time. With the swarm resonates, it's a little awkward, but yeah, you do need that spot open. So if you have locks in place, you can't play this. Or if you have all your units in place, you can't play this. So there are points where this is not playable. It's not as easy to cycle out as some people think it is, but it is very strong. I'm not denying that potential.
It's very good for being a card as part of the lock archetype that is playable in other archetypes, because I think lately they've been releasing like this self-contained like slow meta where like none of the previous cards really work well in it. They have like all the slow stuff is all right here, all the lock stuff is all right here, but this is
Yeah.
actually able to go back and help other decks. That's cool.
Yeah, it transcends the archetype that it's made for, which is very important when considering cards like this and other ones that are just working towards a common goal.
And then the first legendary action, Hidden Disloyalty. 4 MP to return 1 unit of up to MP cost of 7 to the EX pocket and give all other units controlled by the same player flight, which has bitten me in the ass before.
It sure has. Same here. Kind of hate that effect, but
I love it. I love the fact that it's balanced like that.
it is. It is very much balanced. Yeah. Funny story. I actually didn't realize this bounced 7 costs until like 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
When I was making decks for the tournament, since we had to bring an Ada deck, I completely forgot this bounced up to 7 costs because of the damn black card that we're gonna get to later. That's up to 6 costs, right? I thought they were literally the same thing, where it was like up to 6 costs.
No, I was gonna say I learned that it went up to 7 yesterday during the tournament. I was like, that's not gonna work, and then they did it, and I was like, well, fuck me then.
Damn. Yeah, it works really well against specific 7 costs like Shenko, Yukimura, right? Like and a couple other ones. It can be very, very strong in those situations. Giving flight to the rest of the board, something I'm not crazy about. Really depends on the matchup, more or less. In a lot of matchups recently, it's only been like 1 unit on the board anyway, so this is getting really good value. I think it was Cal that I ran into first round of tournament yesterday. He had to use this to bounce my Leon back, and yeah, he quit right after that. Sometimes there's some units that you don't want to bounce back, but in some cases it can be game winning. So it is a very strong bounce though. That definitely like the best bounce for its value at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm with Michelle. I wish it was to deck. If it was to deck, it would be an obvious Kami tier for me.
Yeah, it's still for me obvious Kami. I mean, obviously, I think if it was to deck, this would be Penguin tier for me. And that is kind of its downside. Though the flight is pretty painful too. It can be. But also this I think is just great for dealing with a lot of problems that purples can have, especially when they get to higher MP units and dealing with them. This is really strong too in Mirage decks for bouncing the one thing that you couldn't bounce, and then letting your Mirage rip and bouncing everything else. Also, I don't see enough people use it as well as a self bounce, which you can do,
Right,
and give your board flight as well, and that's kind of won me a couple of games as well. I mean, it's this thing just has like a lot more versatility. In that way, you can save one of your own units too to avoid that, and potentially buff up a lot as well. And I think it's a much. It's weird because the downside on this is stronger than the downside on blacks in terms that it can hurt you more. But I also think it's a lot more beneficial in terms of using it on yourself than the black destruction that we'll get to later, and using it on one of your own. So I do think it's more versatile than some of the other ones.
It's just a more expensive self bounce, but sometimes you do need that at certain points. Like if your opponent's trying to brainwash you, or destroy you, steal you, even seal you in some cases. Maybe you want to bounce back, but yeah, that can be important as well. The self bounce, we can't deny that. I still think it's just great though.
And I do know that like demonic intimidation fell off for a bit because people were getting frustrated when they would run into decks where it's like I can't bounce anything. Like this is a targeted bounce too that's not gonna break in unless you run into that one Earl player that's like I play Pyron, Orochi, and Devil Joe, and that's it. That's really the only time you're breaking this.
Specifically 8+, dude.
Breaking this against decks that play units, right? Like this still sucks against Dejin as well because you don't really want to send those units back. But I mean this isn't really helping a lot of purple's bad matchups, but I do feel like this is auto add in a lot of purple decks.
Oh, I think it helps purple a little bit. It again, it's just situational, right? But bouncing back that FD Ryu can be very important, even though they can just literally play it out again. It can slow them down, which is really important.
Yeah, but not as much in terms of like bouncing back all the on play shit. Doesn't really, like your example, bouncing back Leon is not.
Oh yeah,
great.
the Leon's like one of the worst targets to bounce with this, or Sagat, right? Like you don't want to do that. You're just hurting yourself more. But like a Yukimura or Shanko, obviously those are insane bounces.
Oh, yeah.
Insane value. All right. Last card, Nowhere to Turn. 2 MP with effects based on however many slots of yours that are inflicted with lock. 1 or more, you get to return something at random with 5 HP or less to the deck. And then 2 or more, you get up to 2 units in your hand or EX pocket with an MP cost of 2 or more, MP minus 2. And you can also use it at 0 to get nothing, but
yeah, it's really well designed because worst case scenario you do cycle it. But that first effect is a lot easier to set up than you would think, and that's usually the only effect that you're getting off. Like at most, like 1 lock. 2 locks can certainly happen, but there's a bit of timing involved, and setting it up and getting the discounts. Depends on your deck, obviously. Sometimes you don't want that discount. But the bounce itself is really strong if you can set it up right. And it does send to the deck, which is important.
yeah, it's a really good coupling with Mirage.
Yep. Yeah, I think the card's really important. Like if you're gonna play any deck that has anything to do with locks, you should definitely be running this. Obviously, if you're not doing locks, then you don't run this. But even like Resonate decks that are running just the 1 cost that lock slots and nothing else, like you would still consider running this just because it's so easy to get out and potentially bounce back a very scary unit at the right time.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I kind of wish it did a little more for it to be a legendary. Does feel kind of a little underwhelming as a legendary, but it's still a really good card. I mean, in my brain, I'm always debating for this one if it's good or great, but I mean, it is a cheap card that you can cycle, so it doesn't break. That's always good. And like Chris is saying, I don't think you need like a ton. I don't think you need to go full in on the lock mechanic to really use this. Yeah, I guess I would go with. I'm gonna go with good.
Good.
I'm sticking with great personally.
Yeah,
because it can bounce back like any card at certain points. Like granted, you have to set it up sometimes, but it does pop off.
I think what holds it back to me with that bounce is the fact that it's like random unit. I've definitely seen
Yeah.
people use this, and it's like I have a Jaggy and a Cammy on the board, and they are like, please bounce that Cammy.
Can be a 50-50.
I'd say good.
Good.
Well, chat said great. What did you say,
Chat
Malik?
said, I said great.
So that's 3 great, 2 good.
Yep.
Great wins.
Uh-oh. Are y'all ready for this?
No.
We're done with purple, right?
Done with purple.
All right, let's do it.
What do you guys think of purple overall?
Boo.
Boo.
They have some interesting ideas and new strategies, especially based around locks, which of course has gotten a lot more support this expansion. It's just very tech heavy and at times gimmicky, and yeah, like Don is saying, it's very hard to master and figure it out. Seeing the decks that Japan played yesterday with Ada kind of gave me some hope moving forward for purple. But they're definitely in a rough spot currently, with nothing rotated out, and we'll see in due time. Ada could get stronger for sure.
Our first unit is Nemesis T-type.
Oh boy, this guy.
It's a husky lad, dude. 8 MP, 512. When an opponent uses an action card, minus 2 HP. And then when HP is 5 or less, gain 1 attack.
So right off the bat, I think this is Black's mother card. I hate this card so much. Like, there really is nothing to say about it. Like, he has the same effect as old Verdugo, where as long as the opponent is playing actions, he will never live to see the other side of the board. And what's the one issue that this game has right now? Well, there's a lot of decks out there that are just playing a ton of actions. And if you're
6
going up
actions?
against
I think I
red,
could do that.
if you're going up against red, their actions also do damage. I've seen someone try to play Oro with this card against me playing Denjin, and yeah, he dies in like 2 seconds. It's really, really bad. I hate
No. Against Denshin? That was fucking
Yeah.
miserable, dude.
this card. It's terrible. Ninetales backs him up. Yeah, with all those units that Denjin's playing, they sure are afraid to play actions.
Oops. Oh no. Nemesis Uwu type. Wanted to vote gimmick because I was hoping someone had a gimmick deck with him. He's a hilarious card to put in creature feature for Coral, dude. You just gotta hit him 3 times, dude.
Like, the numbers are insane, right? But that effect, like you don't really understand how bad it really is until you see it in action.
Until you see people spamming actions, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Exactly. But I don't know. Maybe you guys have seen better success with them.
Nope.
Nope, because I haven't been playing black, and unless you do a tournament format where you rotate half their cards, you don't see much coming out from black players trying out new things.
Uh-huh.
Whoops. But he mother. No. Maybe. Yeah. I've only seen him play once where I was spamming 1 cost actions as Ada. It
Yep.
died before it hit me.
Like, that's the problem, right? Like, purple has an action deck, red has an action deck, green has an action deck. It's kind of hard to justify this guy right now.
Oh, dude, I wanted to throw up when I saw Yawn only has 6 units. I was like, all right, where's that doggy bag, dude?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's bad. I'm fine with putting this guy in mother tier.
Bad tier, dude. Mutter
I just-
tier.
I just can't think of anything else that would be worse than this guy with the current set.
Yikes. Instant mother. Of course, it's the most expensive thing in the in the set. This game has a weird thing with value, and they're just like, I'd rather play out 13 3 costs than play a 39. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Dante better than him for sure, but I mean, meh. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they ever de-incentivize actions. Probably not. Next card is Ivan. Dude, the brothers, dude. Player 1 and player 2.
These guys.
5 MP for 3/4. Revenge. Come back as a 3/10 with combo, which is insane.
Yeah. So I think these were intended to be the new tyrants. Granted, we have a bunch of tyrants in the game already. Some with revenge, some with a death effect that we're all familiar with at this point. These aren't as insane as the super tyrants, even though they do have technically better numbers and combo. They don't have agility, so thank God, right? But the fact that they are like a 5-cost 3/4, we've talked about this before. Like revenge units that are higher than 4-cost kind of like straddle that line where they're not necessarily like the greatest thing to do, and they kind of feel bad on that initial play. But if you do get them back, they can certainly get their value in turn. They just feel really awkward to play out. Like I don't know. I haven't really tried them too much, but I wasn't too thrilled with that design. But what do you guys think?
Trying to
Yeah,
read
I mean, I was
Pygmalion's
definitely
thing.
scared of this guy when he came out. And I don't know, I do think there's probably still some value in him. He does come back pretty fucking scary, but you know, there's a lot of ways to kind of deal with that. And it just might be just it's definitely just too slow for right now, especially for the action meta. But I do think this guy is a little underexplored right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think coming back as a 3-cost with 10 HP and all that other crap is just nice.
Well, the problem is it is a 3-cost when it comes back. And there are a few decks that kind of lick their lips when they see that.
I know I do.
Yeah, I know, I do.
It is good against red though, so there's that.
So you're saying you want this card to be the exact same but cost 8?
Yeah,
So
I
it
mean,
comes back as a 4.
I'm really only gonna
4-cost
have.
revenge is pretty awkward too, right?
Yeah, I'm really going based off of gut reaction here, but I think he's just all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with all right. I think Chad is saying mostly gimmick.
Gimmick.
Yeah.
I'm okay
I
with
mean-
all right.
He's not that good stat wise for sure until the revenge, but
Yeah.
he's got better stats than Kendo.
Yes, very much so.
Hell yeah, brother.
And I've seen this card played a little bit in like Bringer of Nightmares, but even in a deck like that where you can just get it back right away, it's still not that great in the grand scheme of things. It's just a bit underwhelming. Too slow.
You do not pay half your full mana in this. You pay half your Mirage Particles.
Yep.
He could be given agility and does not bounce himself, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
He can be given agility, I
The
guess.
Poop Monster. Drain Deimos. Drain Deimos. 3-cost, 3/2. Revenge, gain 1 attack, and then when played, turn 1 random friendly unit with 2 HP or less into Dark Parasite.
Which
I
is
don't know. I kind
literally
of think this is the
itself.
fucking mother tier. I don't. This card is fucking weird.
You hate this card.
It's
It's
black is all
it's
about pulling shit out of the graveyard. So why do you want to turn your unit that's about to die into something that's just weak bodied?
it's a weird card, right? But I kind of get the idea of what they were going for. Um, just being able to set up and like swarm and get more revenge faster. Yeah, like using it with G adult, like Skyridge is saying, it is one way to do it where you're kind of turning these smaller units into more meaningful units that at least get revenge. It's an attempt at infinite revenge. Yeah, exactly, Draco. Um, just getting your revenge counter like higher up faster is kind of beneficial in some situations. Um, but yeah, being able to set it up or like initially is super awkward for sure. There's just has to be a few ways where you can actually set it up more frequently to make it more worthwhile. I don't think it's necessarily mother because for the cost, it's kind of just doing its thing. Where on revenge, it's doing 4 damage, which you'd still rather play zombie. Zombie kind of makes this useless, but it is another like high attack blocker that you can just throw out, which black is kind of missing out on sometimes. Like if you don't have zombie, then it's nice to have this because 4 will clear that spiral besiege gap. I don't think it's the worst though. I still think Nemesis is worse. It's kind of gimmicky though. Or
It's
cute.
a tough race. But honestly, I
say
think
cute
this
for
card has fucking no place, dude.
This thing is cute, and I rate it higher than Nemesis because you can at least do some dumb fun shit with this card.
Yeah.
Nemesis is just a boring stat stick that melts faster.
What are you gonna like? There's so much like death. There's so many death effects in black, but if you turn it into Dark Parasite, you're not fucking getting that death effect. So you're
Look at
giving up
that.
everything. I don't
You're
know.
getting
I just don't like it.
Mallet, you're gonna be the player that's like arguing what's viable versus what's fun. Just swarm a bunch of these. It's fun. It's not good. You're gonna lose, but it's fun, Mr. Coral player.
If they had like the wasn't there was another card that was kind of like this that had 1 burn, right? Wasn't there?
Yeah, he's
From the last
the other
set?
3 cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this had 1 burn and you could like infect your other units and turn them into that and just keep getting like that 1 burn, that would be interesting, but
Pretty scary.
cool. You got a bunch of fucking zombies that don't give you MP back. Sick,
But
brother.
but you're creating infinite 4/2 blockers. It's tight.
Yeah.
And somehow they're still better than Orca as a 4/2, dude.
They kind of are, to be honest. with you.
Yeah.
You can change your Orca into a dark parasite, guys.
Oh, but it looks so cute.
Like if it was easier to get like 1 cost units in black, just to swarm them out really fast, then this would be very valuable at some points. But G adult with the younglings is probably like the best possible combination that I can think of currently. And that's unfortunate because G adult is going away soon. But for now, that's
We're-
All right, guys. I'm gonna put together a Drain, Deimos, and Leader Summons Jaggy deck. It's gonna be tight.
yeah, like that's what I was
It's gonna be
thinking too.
tight.
Like, if there was a way to just like get Jaggies out, faster for something like black, then you could try and go for that.
People say gimmick? Oh, this car is dog shit.
I don't know about that high. Like, no.
I mean, with gimmick, I get the logic. Like, it is gimmicky where you're just trying to like set up a deck based around this card. But I don't even think you could win with a concept based around this card, which probably fits it in cute for me. But
Here's what you do. Your tyrant's about to die, your slow tyrant, you play this, and you don't get shit.
is this an infinite card? Alchemist, this is infinite as long as you have other units to transform with this. So eventually
Yeah.
it will run out, right?
It's really hard to make it infinite. The way you would have to do it is you would as you put down one that is revenged, then you put down another one that flips it into a new one that can get revenge again. So you can, in theory, make it infinite. It's just incredibly difficult. And that just happens through playing down ones that have revenge next to one that does not, because they will flip themselves.
If you have a revenge Demos on the board, and then you play a different Demos out, does that work? Does that reapply
It
the
flips
revenge?
the revenged one
Yes.
into a new unrevenged one.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
yeah,
you
so
can,
you
in
can make a
theory,
5
get
MP
infinite.
play to get nothing.
That's kind of cool.
You get 2 Deimos. Yeah, no, that was the fun thing with it. Was like I had the God hand where I had them all in my hand, and I was like, cool,
The
keep flipping
God
them,
hand.
and then like because I
God, dude.
made
Christ.
a stupid deck that was 3 of these guys, a Nobunaga and Sigma, and by the end of the game I had like 17
Wait.
revenge triggers.
Yeah.
Why aren't you using what do you call it? The Revenge
just can't-
Wesker.
You just can't play this when you have Sigma on the board.
Oh, as long
It
well,
sounds
I mean that's the
good,
thing.
dude.
As long as he's not at
That's
2
what
HP,
Sigma-
right? Like that's the thing is he
Yeah.
has to get knocked to 2 HP, and then you're set.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Why aren't
And
you
that's why
playing
I
the
rated
Revenge
hard,
Wesker with
because-
it?
Oh, I think I had 1 in it. 1 revenge Wesker.
One.
But he wasn't
Brother.
building this was just to see like how many stupid revenge triggers can I get off of like 4 units, and it got stupid high, and I think I only played out Sigma like once. I got like 10 from just these 3 guys.
GDI eats this. I mean, yeah, you could say the same thing about zombies, but we're still playing those, right?
What if? Oh, it's when played. Damn it! I was
Yeah,
gonna
it
say,
has to be
dude,
on play, not when
pandemonium
someone-
with
You
what do you
can't,
call
like,
it?
You can't despair and then get it to
Have a
Doesn't work
shit-eating
that way.
board, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Are we cool putting this in cute?
I'm fine with cute.
This card is so dumb.
It's silly.
No objections? Okay. We got a lot of cards to cover, so let's keep moving.
Yeah, GDI. is nerfed as
Oswell
well.
Spencer, dude.
Ooh.
4 cost, 2/3, man in wheelchair. When he's played, he gives you an infected. Not a zombie, but an infected. Zombie's
I saw-
less popular cousin.
I think I saw Kyle P playing this card yesterday. I was very intrigued.
I kind of like it because it's one unit that makes another unit, and that tends to be pretty damn good in this game, but...
They're both 2/3.
Man with zombie, dude.
Yeah. What's funny is if he generated the good zombie, I would actually
That'd
be
be insane.
way more interested in this card.
Yeah, if it was core zombie, this card would be a lot higher up.
Too bad this isn't like Swarm Wesker. I wish it just created another guy in a wheelchair, dude. Wheelchair Swarm,
More
dude.
wheelchair dudes. Yeah. It's kind of interesting they have Spencer in the game now. And yeah, he's just generating a zombie, which is yeah, makes sense. Kind of lore friendly. Just the stats just aren't enough, unfortunately. As a 2/3, even though you are getting 2 2/3s for 4, and one of those units is with revenge, it still feels slow to me. I don't know why.
Because both the units suck.
Yeah, on initial play, they're not doing much, but that at least one of them will come back.
At
bit
least
stronger.
one.
Yeah. Not the guy in the wheelchair.
he ain't
doesn't
come back.
Yeah.
He's not welcome here again.
I won't spoil the Resident Evil lore, but yeah. He.
I mean,
he
any
definitely
of these
won't come
Resident Evil
back.
cards where people don't look particularly too good, they don't really have a positive future.
Yeah.
If your
I mean-
name is not Chris, Jill, Leon,
Leon.
or Claire,
Right here.
you're not lasting long.
What about Barry? But yeah. Is the poll up?
It is not because I was laughing too hard at this card.
Oh. I honestly don't know where to even rate this because I feel like people are gonna say it's gimmicky, but I actually don't mind it too much. It's just kind of like there. It's just like
I submitted the poll, but I don't see it. It has vanished, and I think if I try to do another poll, it'd be like, oh my god, there's already one going.
I don't think we need to
So,
spend that much time on this guy.
okay, good.
Yeah. I'm gonna say all right, personally.
I'm gonna say, oh, I could put him in a human deck. Pog.
He's a human.
Damn, why isn't he a creature?
He gives you a creature.
He does.
I know, but when you mix like that, it makes it harder to play with Coral.
If it was a random zombie, that would be cool. I'd want the 3/2 every time. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm cool with less random stuff in TEPPEN.
Gimmick?
I'm fine with
Either-
all right as well.
Either gimmick or
but-
all right.
Dongo thinks gimmick.
Dango speaking for the chat. So was that 2 all right, 2 gimmick?
Iowa. Please help.
Gimmick.
Oracle says all right. Yeah, we can say gimmick. It's fine.
Kami.
He is a god, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Funny man in wheelchair tier. Funny man. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Oichi, here we go. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a 5 cost. This looks like she forgot her keys at home, dude. She locked her keys inside the car. Human spirit, very nice dual tribe. When played, kind of Malice is one of your spirits. It's pretty much that's it. Malice is it. You don't take any damage. So it's pretty cool.
It's a cool effect though, especially because it's working with a tribe that thrives on death effects.
Just don't use it with Queen.
Yeah, with Queen you can kind of get locked in, but thankfully there are plenty of spirits in the game that work hand in hand with this effect, in my opinion. There's some really cool combos you can set up too. I mean, Blight is a popular one. That can be very pricey, but it is very good. Thunder Ear, I like a lot. I also like Dead Fish, of course. And even Drummer, just resetting your Drummer can also be very important. It's a very cool card, very cool synergy.
I use it as a one of in Coral Spirits. I think once I had 2 of them, it was just kind of like uncomfortable playing them out. Cool effect, but anything more than 1, I feel like it just gets to be she hit herself, smile, or you. She's a 2/9 that just refreshed the HP on a unit. Okay.
Yeah, you can use it on Legend Oichi or even basic Oichi to trigger that death effect and keep her out there, which is kind of cool.
There are some times where you don't want to play it at all.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, on an empty board, it kind of feels bad. The cost
Do
isn't
this
really
on your
doing her any
cost
favors,
Oh.
since the other spirits are kind of more cost effective. But the good news is there are spirits that can make her more cost effective. So there's that.
Add to that, I think what helps her a lot in that too is that her stats are really solid for a 5-drop. They're not like anything to write home about, but it's not the worst thing ever if you just have to play it out.
Yeah. It is good to pump up your curse zone early if you get that early on. It's okay. I mean, people voted good. I kind of think it's just all right.
I mean, I would say good at the very least.
Yeah, I would say good.
I think she's well deserved.
Unreactable Malice is a good thing. And I think in the future as it goes, as we get more spirits, she's just going to get a bit stronger. And even if that effect doesn't really pop off, her stats are just pretty good for that unit of that cost too. So yeah, I think she fits in a lot of things.
You could put it in good. I just haven't had it work for me quite as well yet.
Well, you're
I
playing
blame the hero
Coral,
art.
right? Yeah, I was gonna say. Are you playing Coral or something else?
Well, I don't think the hero art has anything to do with
You
using
can't
this card on the board.
you can't despair her out, which is actually kind of beneficial in some cases too. So that's probably why they have her cost at 5. It kind of actually works in her favor for like despair spirit decks.
Solo.
This fucker.
4 cost 3/2 that goes up to a 4/5 whenever your HP is 15 or less, and he's always flying.
I lost this card on ladder, so I'm not happy about it. This is definitely one of the better flight units that Black has gotten in a while. Strictly speaking. I mean 3/2 feels really bad if you have to play it out that way, but you're really only seeing this in Spike Launch, and Spike Launch can get to 15 or less very fast. And yeah, a 4/5 with flight. Yeah, that's pretty good for Black standards because they don't get many good flight units. And it is dual tribe. That's definitely something to point out.
Ready to drop your fucking Trinity?
It's a pretty interesting card. I don't know. Have you guys experienced Solo?
I have.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's come in clutch for my opponent. I mean, I've also seen him flounder, but I've seen him like save people too. I know like early on when I was doing a lot of purple flight stuff, for some reason I ran into every player that had this as the last second blocker to save their life. But yeah, I think he's pretty solid.
Yeah, when he has rush from high altitude attack, it's pretty fucking insane.
Yeah,
And
like that.
even without it, he trades evenly with DH Dante.
That's the combination that just it's pretty insane if you can set it up that way. It's a little random, but if you can get that, yeah, you're probably in a good spot. Yeah, Spike Launch just got a lot of really good support. Spoilers, because there's going to be a few more cards that we're getting to that are definitely Spike Launch plus. It just kind of sucks because Denjin's around still, but if you can avoid Denjin, you can definitely win some games with Spike Launch.
I feel like the prevalence of shields to deal with Denjin is also keeping Spike Launch out. I had some very frustrating times.
That's true. For sure.
Chat says only good. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't
I think
cram
it's
3
good.
of them in a deck, but
Yeah, I mean it depends, right? It's kind of interesting. Like he's not necessarily the replacement for Crow. It's so sad that like that's the standard for flying black units still. But he's still really solid.
just the fact that he trades with DH Dante is really cool for me.
Yeah, that is nice. If you can get him set up in time. And with yours,
Trust
I'm
me,
going
he
away
can help
soon.
you. DH Dante can get you to 15 pretty fucking fast.
Yeah. That's true too. Yeah. I guess they can help you.
Yeah,
So
luckily
ridiculous.
he's set to a life count and not like life sacked.
Right.
Oh yeah. Next one is Sergey Vladimir. Dude, 7 cost when played. If you have 15 or
Weird.
less cards, he puts an Ivan on the board.
Yep.
So yeah.
So I completely misread this when I first saw the card because it said Twin Tyrants. I thought it like was placing 2 different versions of this guy on the board. Like I thought he just completely swarmed, and I was like, "Wow, this is insane." And then I caught the one, like, oh, it's just one, but they're Twin Tyrants. It's like, oh, okay. Very weird
One
wording,
twin.
but yeah, I get it now. Yeah, this card's weird. I'm not a big fan of him, and I I've seen people try to play him with yeah, very disappointing results. Someone had to play this guy out before 15 cards or less. Yeah, not good. And he's not good in Uro either because you have to play him from hand. So you're not going to do that.
Looking like a mad one of, if that.
It's tricky to get him out at a good time, especially with 15 or less. I mean, the mill decks right now are just very underwhelming for obvious reasons. But he just isn't seeing any play right now from what I've seen. I don't know. Have you guys used this guy at all?
I have not. It's really expensive.
It is, but you're getting a solid 3/8 along with another unit that also has revenge. So it's a decent trade.
Sounds good on paper, but it's just tough to, add more than one and be confident that it will be active or that 15 or less thing will be active.
Yeah, there's only a few ways to set that up. I mean, there are a lot of mill cards in the game right now, but a lot of them aren't good. So there's that. Yeah, just kind of a awkward archetype in general right now. And for that condition, I'd rather play out an Executioner.
Chet says all right. Everyone's all over the place with this card. Holy crap. Good gimmick.
Uh,
All right.
I mean, I was gonna say gimmick. Where do we have Ivan again?
We have
We have
Ivan
him
in
in
all
all
right.
right.
Okay. I still think this is
I want to say
probably
gimmick,
Yeah.
just because the mill archetype itself kind of falls under gimmick half the
You have to
time.
wait.
He's picking his teeth with that blade, dude. Unsanitary. Yeah, that's where I'd put him as gimmick.
Creating copies helps self-mill decks from decking out. Yeah, that's. I mean, there's another card that adds revenge to your whole board when you remove cards, so you can do that as well.
Dongo messing with the results, dude. Voting when he doesn't even remember the card.
Damn, he was in an ad.
Dongo, you could never get into an ad if you subbed to me, dude.
Got him.
Got him, dude. Oh. Are we okay putting that in gimmick?
I'm fine with
Iowa,
gimmick.
any objections?
Funny enough, right next to Spencer, who is also generating a revenge unit.
It's true.
I think I see a trend here.
We'll get to the other one, but in the
Yep.
meantime, we got this fucking boy. I love this dude. He's got like a mohawk, dude. 6 cost, Aslos, 5/1. Sounds like dog shit, but he's got rush. Holy crap. Oh no, I put the thing in front of it.
Kedango, Kaz gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Yeah,
And yet
boy.
he's still not sub, so he's still getting the ads. That means he'll give you money, but he doesn't want to hear you.
That's
Buy
pretty
Timo
funny.
something nice for all the work he did during the tourney. Aw. Dude, what a homie, dude.
That is cool. Very cool.
What a bro, dude. Thank you so much.
But yeah,
Get the notice on top.
I hate Aslos because it's way too good.
I don't like
Like,
it.
why does Aslos have to get like the most busted effects? Yeah, it's just another good card with the name Aslos on it. Not much to say here, just more spike launch support. Rush 5/10 for 6 is really, really good.
Yep. I use 3 of these in my spike launch deck, and it's pretty fucking good.
He doesn't fly for some reason, but it's probably for the best.
Thank God.
If he flew, it would be outrageous, dude.
Yeah, not sure why it isn't a flight card, but I'm not going to argue.
I don't sub myself as have the prime regardless. I would give it to someone. Oh, dude. Who is not self-absorbed and will spam any emails beside their own. Oh.
But yeah, I think I don't know. The poll I don't think the poll's up yet, but personally, it's probably going to be great tier just because even though it's only supporting more or less one archetype, it is pretty much an auto include for that archetype, and it's really strong, really scary. If you run into Spike Launch now, you pretty much have to fear this card at all times. That's how strong it is.
I love it. It's a thick boy. I do like playing it on stuff. Actually, I used it once after it got high altitude attack on it to hit an FD Ryu after it landed a hit.
Yeah.
It felt really good. Just like
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sneak this in here.
This definitely goes hand in hand with high altitude, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, 5/10 with rush. Baby.
I'm really thankful this isn't a 5 cost, by the way, because there's definitely some degenerate decks that wouldn't mind throwing one of these in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can think of a couple.
Even if you have to play it at like 5 or 6 life sack, it's still fine.
I actually think like the Ashura Burros decks should actually consider running this, but maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud.
And it doesn't have
Nope.
agility on it. It's fucking dog shit for them.
It doesn't, but you can definitely give it to them on top of another tag. But yeah, maybe we should just move on from that thought.
Top of another tag, dude.
And Astalos is literally on that card too. So yeah, maybe I should just stop. I keep saying too much.
Dodge's most destructive effects. It's true. I'm pretty happy with how people have dealt with this, except for green. That's just like, I have the reset every time.
Yeah, and there's new ways to deal with 6 costs, both in black and purple. But yeah, it still doesn't feel that bad if they do that, especially because of the black cards effect.
Yeah, I think this is great. What do y'all think?
Pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good tier. Any objections to great?
Any thoughts, Iowa? Thirsty?
Card's fucking great.
Pretty great.
It is a lot of fun to play with Spike Launch, which you don't really see too much nowadays, and even then it's in mono specifically. So
like Spike Launch definitely got the most buffs in this expansion for sure. I mean, we kept saying it, but this definitely makes Spike Launch a lot scarier. Just hoping the counters to Spike Launch get a little bit toned down eventually, someday.
yeah, I was really kind of hoping to take the Spike Launch deck into the tournament, but it was just like, well, I'm not liking how many shields I'm seeing, so I'll take Dive Bomb that also loses his shields.
Yep.
Kind of the notion to make Bison Penguin at this point, only because the color it's played in is allowed to exist currently.
What? No, Bison's not Penguin.
Bison
And,
is not penguin.
Spoilers, I don't think he's Kami either. Anyway,
What
moving
about
on.
Hunter? Why? Hunter, why?
Is this another revenge card? I can't remember.
Yep.
Yes.
This one does like a ton of damage or something, right?
Yeah, it's like it's a 3 for 3/2. And when it comes back, before it hits, it gains 3 attack. So it could be crazy. It's all about making an antibody deck with this and be like, protect this thing.
Yeah.
So basically, when it comes back, it's still a 3/2. But right before it trades out the first time, it's going to pump up its attack to 6.
Which is pretty funny.
And when it dies, it deals 1 damage. This is what I was thinking of. This is what I was thinking of with Deimos. I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think this
that-
is better.
The burn effect is certainly appetizing, right? Because in theory, you're getting 2 burn damage for each one of these guys. But that's a 5 mana total, or sorry, 5 Mirage or Mystic, whatever.
Mirage Pepsis.
Yeah. Like the attack effect is just so funny because like when you're playing revenge units in black, the idea mostly is to use them as blockers. like you very rarely use them on the offense. Just every now and then you'll throw out a 5-2 zombie in an empty lane just to apply some pressure and scare your opponent. So this guy kind of fits that same niche where you're not going to do 5-2, but you're going to be doing 6-2. And yeah, that's a lot of damage, and it'll hit blockers or the hero for 6. So your opponent has to think about it. It's just a little squishy, right? Is the issue, and the fact that core zombie still is going to exist doesn't make this that appetizing. But the burn damage is probably the most interesting part about this card, personally.
Yep, he's bringing back red black dungeon.
Yeah.
I think if this card had the transformative properties of the other card, this thing would be insane, dude. But
it would be broken. It would be terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely awkward, but I can definitely see it, like even as just like a one of, just to sneak in some damage to kill your opponent when they least expect it. It's kind of funny.
If red didn't have 750 cards to deal 2 damage, exactly 2 damage, it would be.
Yeah, like that's the issue of it being so pushy, and the core zombie just gives you a lot more value if it's going to die to the same effects. Like you're getting that MP back.
But
so
man, if you get a high altitude attack on this guy after he's revenged and he's
Yeah,
getting
I'm
that
coming
crush
in, dude.
effect,
yeah, like if you have a way to give this rush, then it's certainly a lot scarier.
all right, I'm putting him in a Shield Spire deck right now.
I mean, you could, again, just going back to that awful idea that I had earlier of giving Ashura to a unit and then, just having it fly or something. I don't know if there's a way to do that. It might be able to do some damage. Who's to say?
Only in our wildest imaginations. Dude.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, it's just a possible thing that maybe you could try someday, maybe not.
Chat says all right.
Here's the dream. All right, you get this guy, his revenge form, you Ashura him, you're at memory 10, and you put Bloodbath Frenzy on him in the middle, so he gets that spillover and just ruins everything. And then you lose right after because it's dungeon.
Oh yeah, I think some Japanese player said something about like using this to create like an OTK where it's just like, yeah, so all right. You put combo on it, you put Bolt Reavers on it, it's like, yeah, okay.
You would have to use what the hell was that card? The core legendary. What the hell is it called?
Blood Destiny?
Blood Destiny, yeah. You
Oh,
slap
Jesus.
Blood Destiny on this bad boy. Yeah. Easy.
Chat
Easy.
says all
One hit
right,
kill.
and I think this is pretty all right.
Yeah, I'm fine with all right. I was gonna say gimmick, but yeah. All right's fine by me, I guess.
Thirsty, what say you?
I will say all right.
All right. Iowa,
It's all right.
it's all right.
I'm hoping I just inspired a bunch of Ashura players to
Nope.
try and break this card.
Oh,
You actually
speaking
inspired
of,
me to try
dude.
something else out. Not Ashura
Dude,
though, but
dude, here's my homie, dude. Swarm Wesker. Fucking love this card. 6 cost, 3/4. Revenge comes back as a 4/7, and each time you play him, he creates that 3/4, another 3/4 with seal on it. Yup. It's really good. I like it.
So the other cards that create revenge units were in the gimmick tier, right?
Yes.
I will say this is slightly better than those guys, but not by much. I'm not a fan of this card.
Dude, it's the
Sorry.
buddy system Wesker,
It's
dude.
I feel like the theory value is insane. I've definitely seen him in Bring of Nightmares decks, and it kind of works. Just feels very slow though, which is the same issue with those other cards. The thing is that I'm giving him a little bit more of a pass over these other guys is because he does have revenge and he can generate more units on that revenge, so he is in theory generating more value than both Spencer and Sergey. But he isn't really doing much more with it. 3/4 is kind of awkward. And I know the revenge stats are really nice. for 3 cost, but it is just generating another 3/4. He kind of gets run over by a lot of tanky decks, and can't really keep up with like the more aggressive decks on the opposite end. Like waiting for 6 MP to play this guy out while like Assura decks are out there. Sorry, I keep going back to Assura.
It's okay.
It just feels really bad, right? Like you kind of need that mana for destroy. Sorry, that mirage for destroy, whatever it's called. Yeah, I'm not.
I'm a
crazy
fan of
about
this card, and he's still just I eat.
I would say all right. Yeah, not gimmick. I won't put him with the other guys, but
Damn, dude.
still not crazy about him.
I love it, dude. And Dive Bomb, this card is fucking dope.
Yeah, I could see it.
I use this in my 3/6 growth Dive Bomb, and yeah, blocks everything. And I mean, when you play that growth unit and then you drop the 6, you got yourself Crow Tengu and 2 of these bastards. Yeah, brother.
Definitely a solid growth activator. I think the issue can come into play when like you only have 1 slot open, and you don't really want to
Oh yeah.
waste the 1 remaining slot on this guy. But there's some good situations where you can just play him out and be okay.
Chat says all right. Damn, I like this guy. Dude. It really had some really cool moments, probably in practice, where it was just like set everything up, immediate dive bomb on one of these guys. Oh, what are you gonna do? Where are you at?
Yeah, I mean it's a fun ability for sure. I just haven't tinkered around with this card enough. I mean, when he was first revealed, I just wasn't thrilled. I know people are kind of going nuts when he was first announced, but I don't know, I just never saw it.
I wonder if it would be decent for Dancing Dead. Not that people play that hero art.
You would litter your graveyard more, which can be a good or bad thing, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, I could kind of see it.
This is one of the guys Mark Zuckerberg stole Facebook from, dude.
I do like this a lot too for triggering Rao as well. I've been noticing that happen quite a bit. It's pretty good.
Yeah. But I mean, there's just so many cheaper humans in black that can do that, right?
Yeah, I think I just like it because you get 2 options there.
Right.
So, all right seems to be the place to put it.
Yeah.
Damn you guys. Damn you.
Damn you.
What if Jake cost 8 and he made another Jake when you put him down? They're just like, yeah.
And you call him Sherry.
If he summoned the Jake, then I would like him a lot more.
He summons Jake. Pog,
It's
dude.
fun.
Summons a green card. Actually, they wouldn't be too outlandish.
Yeah. Seen crazier shit.
New Nerg. We got the good boy with an E at the end. Nerg Gigante, dude. 3
Yeah.
cost 1/8, and then when he attacks, he gains 1 attack, but he sacrifices 2 of your life, dude. He's the guy that keeps bumming rides off you, dude.
This card can get out of control very fast, I found. Which is a good and a bad thing. I mean, people are smart enough to just leave this card alone if they know it's going to kill you. So you better have a way to sacrifice or kill this guy when you need to. That being said, he's very scary as a 3 cost. And unfortunately, you can't really play that many 3 costs right now, but blah, blah. We all know. But it is a very solid opener for Spike Launch, and definitely more support for Nurg in general. I don't know if you'd play him in any other decks. Like the more aggressive decks with black buffs, you're probably sacrificing too much. But I do like it in Spike Launch. It's a very solid blocker with that 1/8, and then it only gets stronger over time and sacrificing health. for that spike launch damage. So very good synergy there.
I like this card in Spike Launch, but it's not a good thing to be reliant on its contributions, which makes it kind of tough. If you need this
Yeah.
thing to pop off and it gets sealed, you're just like, fuck. I mean, it's not a good thing to seal it because, yeah, it can hurt the enemy player and they don't get too much out of sacrificing the 2 life. But if it's one of those things where you really want to build up your life sack early and someone seals this, you're just like, fuck.
Yeah, that would suck. But yeah, like I said before, he's really good early game, but late game, if you sacrifice too much, probably don't want to play him out. It's an issue that Black has sometimes, believe it or not.
I had 2 of these out at once, and they let me go for a little bit, and I was like, all right, you can stop. You can kill him now.
Yeah, that's like the wait, go back, or like, please stop. You're just kind of like careening towards driving off the bridge, and you can't, like your brakes are just not working.
Or burn every fucking
Yeah, that's what this card can
10
feel like
seconds.
sometimes.
Yikes. Yeah, I think good is a good place to put it.
Yeah, I would say good overall. Like I was actually thinking people would say great, because it can definitely pop off and it can actually single-handedly win games when not answered or left alone for too long. But it is very scary for both sides, not just the opponent.
If you want to win or lose in 15 seconds, this is your card. Ow. Does good sound okay with you guys?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. That's great. I'm glad you like it. Akumer, dude, new Akumer. We were teased about this card. 2 life for 2 attack sounds more fair. That would be outrageous. Nah. I'm good. Akumer is the 4 cost with the 3/2. He's got Crush. If you're playing it unascended, you're kind of a chump. And then whenever another unit dies, he gains 1 HP. Ascended, he kills all enemy units of 3 HP or less, which I think is a little overkill.
I love this guy.
This guy's a little good.
This guy's pretty crazy, and I think a lot of people are sleeping on him right now. There was an interaction that someone brought up on Discord that didn't even occur to me until I read it today. It was either today or yesterday. He can clear a full board of Jaggies.
Oh yeah, no, he's been fucking me with that.
And I'm like, oh yeah, he can do that. Yeah, this card's nuts. Like I already liked him beforehand, but knowing that he can do that just makes me like him even more. Yeah, this guy's really fun.
Yeah, anything with Crush is already immediately like, oh, that's interesting. Killing stuff is, like I said, is like overkill. I feel like because the Crush already makes it kind of hard to deal with, and as you're dealing with stuff in other lanes, he's gaining HP. I play this guy as a 2 of in Coral Humans, and I've seen him get to fucking 12 HP, and then it's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Because it's any unit, not just enemy units.
Mm-hmm.
So your side can start losing units, but he just gets stronger and stronger, and that is really crazy. So that 3/2 is a little misleading, right? Because I mean, even just using Demon on him gets a little bit of extra HP. And yeah, he can get very, very tanky pretty quickly, surprisingly. You don't see him much in Despair right now, but I feel like Despair is kind of like locked in more or less to their deck because they've pretty much been optimized. But I actually do like this card in Despair.
I have to say, though, when you use this, you have to be careful of when you use it to do like a last second ascension. If you're doing it to like, well, this unit's going to die, I'm going to ascend on it. That unit coming in, it better not have 3 attack or you're going to lose the Akuma right away.
Oh, yeah. But it helps that he does have Crush.
Yeah.
Which helps him stay alive even longer, which is pretty insane. And the good news is you don't need to ascend to get that Crush. So, yeah, enjoy.
I have just made a couple mistakes before where I'm just like, oh, well, I want to play this unit. This one's about to die. I put it down, and then it's just like, oh, the unit coming in hit me for 3, and now he's just dead. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, that was dumb.
He's not gonna tank a Tube Fox straight up, right? So there's some interactions where he's not the best blocker, which is a downside, especially for black decks. But but I do still really like him, especially in Raging Demon. I mean, he's got to be included in there, in my opinion. He's
Chat
just way
said
too valuable with that
okay.
effect. Like clearing a whole board with a 4 cost is kind of nutty.
Chat said great.
Yeah, I'd say great.
Yeah, I think great too. We already kind of decided our judgment on this when we first had it teased. We were
Yeah.
mad. We were mad as hell when we saw
It's just another good Ascension card for black. No big deal. Thankfully, they didn't get any more this set, right?
Nah.
So,
Speaking of though, Bipson.
oh boy.
Oh boy. 7 cost 3/9. While on the field, he gives you the shield. The big immune to life sacrifice effects. And then when another unit dies, he gives you Psycho Power in your EX pocket. And if you ascend him, you give him Veil, and he kills something with 5 HP or less. Best card in the whole set? I don't know. I don't know about that one.
I don't think you guys are ready for my opinion.
I mean, if you're gonna say he's not Kami, I can see that. But if you're gonna be like he's not that good, then I think you're wrong.
For like a short minute, the other day, I almost had him as low as good tier.
What the fuck?
My reasoning is that he is a 7 cost, and honestly, he's starting to feel a lot like a win more. Because when he's winning, he's definitely winning, right? But if you're behind and you don't really have the time to play him out, he can feel really bad. So he's kind of like a feast or famine card where the effect is insane, sure, but if you're not able to get him off, like if you can't ascend him, he kind of feels bad. Can we agree on that? Like he's only playable if you can ascend him.
I guess so, but I don't. Again, I know we kind of go back to this a lot, but I really don't see those as like negative points of if you kind of play it incorrectly or just don't have the right work for it. I mean, because he's doing a lot. Like especially, you shouldn't be playing him unascended. Essentially,
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like,
but like
Yeah.
if you're stuck in a situation where you can't ascend with him, that kind of sucks. Dango's saying the soul's purple. Does not, because literally basic Ada is in the set. Hello. But anyways, yeah, it can just feel really awkward at times, and the more I've seen him played or tried to be played, but if he pops off, then yeah, you probably just won the game. I don't know, like I was kind of torn when trying to figure him out, but to me, I don't think he's the best black card in the set. Like, yeah, this is probably my hottest take of the night.
He's
Yeah.
got a close parallel with Yukimura in red. Same cost, same like necessity for ascension, and one of those things that either runs away with the game or it fucking gets destroyed immediately. But I don't
Yeah, that's
know.
why
I
I think
still
it's just
think
like,
Yukimura is good. I still think Bison is super good.
yeah, I think he's clutch for Raging Demon. But I don't even see Despair playing him right now. They're still going with Legendary Akuma, which makes more sense because you're guaranteed to get that kill. And that's a crazier ascension at some points. But when Akuma does get cycled out, I would not be surprised if Despair started to fit him in his place, or Bison instead of Akuma. But yeah, I don't know. Like I wouldn't even put him as my Kami. Just personal opinion. Do we have a poll up for Bison?
We don't, because you started with the hot takes immediately. I got distracted.
Yeah, sorry. That I said there was going to be a lot of hot takes tonight, but that's probably my hottest.
I think it depends on what you're destroying with his ascension. If you're destroying a decent like unit,
Yeah,
then this guy I feel like helps you command the board
it
and
is
mount your
random, but
comeback.
yeah, it is
It
a
is
very strong
random, but
effect.
you can still kill
but
like a layer.
that ascension killing 2 guarantees 2 psycho powers, which is very insane, right?
Yeah.
But if you're using psycho power and your opponent has a way to like respond and kill your bison, then you're just kind of hurting yourself. um,
I don't think getting hurt
which,
for 3 is going to be that.
well, I've seen it happen a few times, and it does actually make a difference, especially in certain matchups, Black Mirror, where it's basically coming down to the wire, and health is the deciding factor. But again, it's kind of rare to see that right now. But the more people start to realize that, like, yeah, I'll save my random destroy card for Bison, all of a sudden he's kind of not giving as much value as you thought he would. But again, that's
Well,
just Black Mirror
that
talk.
says a lot about punishment, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's more about, like, yeah, Rebel's memory and sample collection and punishment, which is also in the set. But again, that's like Black Mirror stuff, right? Where, yeah, sometimes he'll get punished right away, and then you lose some health. So he's not always the safest thing, is what I'm getting at. Like, there are ways to deal with him. And again, there's basic Ada, which can bounce him back for very cheap, and that feels bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not saying he's not unstoppable like people think he is.
Spike Launch can run him, but you do have to be careful of when to play him. I've seen some people run it early, and then they're just like, well, my Spike Launch hit for 1.
I would not play him in Spike Launch. It's really bad synergy. I've tried it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, so my counterpoint to that is like, we have basic Ada rated so super high, but like, she can get in those scenarios too, right? Where if you don't have like a way to guarantee the lock and it can turn into a 50-50, that could feel bad.
Yeah.
And he can be Winmore, but I don't think he falls under Winmore. Winmore for me is like, generally to set up the combo, you have to already be winning. And that's kind of where it falls under Winmore. Whereas Bison, he kind of could be a comeback / just wins, like steals the game. It's not necessarily Winmore. It's just literally having Bison set up and them not having an answer is a pretty big win con. Especially because he is in black, which is probably the best color for generating Ascension fodder. So he's not my Kami. I will say that.
Okay.
I did think like he is only not Kami for me because of another card that I think is Kami. But I do think he is like on that level of Kami, but he's definitely high up there in the great tier for me. Just because he's doing so much. And yeah, I mean, if you generally don't want to play him unascended, but that's a huge majority of kind of units out there. I mean, it does suck if you do have to play them. His stats aren't like the worst thing ever to needing to play him unascended, but I mean, you generally don't ever really want that. But he, I don't know. I think he's just kind of strong without it. I mean, it's the same thing of like, you don't really want to drop a Yukimura raw. Sometimes you have to, but he's not like a bad card in that regard either. But also Yukimura suffers from being in a color that's harder to have Ascension fodder with. So I think like that level of, I think him being unascended, being bad doesn't hurt him too much just because he is in the color that's best for creating Ascension fodder.
Yeah, and his effects are still really good while he is unascended. It's just having that veil is really clutch sometimes. But yeah,
the veil on him is disgusting.
Yep.
Chat was torn between Great and Kami.
They were tied. Yeah.
I do think there's another card that deserves to be in Kami more, but this guy is a really close runner-up.
Yeah, I mean, I said I had him lower than great before, but I'm totally fine with keeping him in great. Yeah, I think he is really scary.
Kami tier, dude. Comrade tier, dude.
Yes.
Daddy's Cummies tier. Oh, we're on the actions. We're almost done, folks. You can almost go home.
Yeah, we're on the actions. We're making decent time. It's almost midnight. That's
Not too
fine.
bad. We talked about tournaments and stuff like that for a bit. Oh god, this card, dude. I tried to make an emote out of this card. It did not work out too well. All the colors are too similar. Dude, just poking into your DMs, dude. It's Homer stuck in the water slide at Mount Splashmore. Lord of the Sewers for 3, dude. Sacrifice 3 life to give yourself a bioweapon capsule, which is this thing. Man stuck in the porta potty, trying to get out. And that gives you the Hunter. You guys have probably seen Hunter decks
Yeah.
from Oichi at this point.
Yeah, I think the sewer despair deck is meme tier personally. I mean I have seen people play it and try to optimize it and have one with it. I am not a fan of this card. I think it is really awkward, and yeah, the more capsules you get out, the better. You can get a lot of good momentum there, especially with despair. I am not a fan of that deck. I'm not a believer in this card, and I do think it's a gimmick. But I'm sure people will rate it slightly higher because they've seen the deck. I'm just not a fan of the design.
I think it's cute that it spawned a meme deck. It does kind of function decently, but it's still kind of like I've seen it go up against some of its bad matchups and it doesn't look pretty.
Yeah, I know Dango thinks the deck actually has potential. To me, I feel like it has already reached its potential and it's very disappointing. I mean, in terms of like being a legit ladder deck, it is a fun deck. I will give it that. It's a fun card to mess around with. And people came up with a really cool idea, but I feel like that's it. Like it's not going to get better than that.
I feel like when you get the capsule back from despair, it's just like a wide peepo sad, dude. It just
Yeah.
looks so sad. It's fucking like 1-2.
It's a
fucking
bunch of
stupid.
It's a bunch of what, 0-1s, right? Or no, one
Yeah.
1-2s with despair.
Yeah, they come back as a 1-2.
Can they
It's
even
like,
attack?
Christ.
They can't attack, right?
Yeah, they have attack.
Yeah, they do attack.
Oh, they can? That's funny.
Yeah, this is before they thought to put that. Oh wait. What's that other card that gives you that? The purple
It's
card?
actually a purple card.
And that's a part
It's-
of Day of Nightmares, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So very interesting that that is getting cycled out, but
Yeah. That was such a weird card too. Because it buffs and then gives your opponent a black card. Like who thought of
here,
that?
have this.
It's probably
Okay.
something they originally designed for black and they just like removed it because it was so broken or something. I don't know. Who's to say? But I still think this is gimmick tier, and it's funny because like I don't want to rant about the deck too much longer, but people are like, yeah, this deck really works well. Yeah, what else are you running with it? Orochi, False Throne, Rebirth. Oh, okay, yeah. I wonder why your deck is winning. Anyways, moving on.
Chat said all right. I can see gimmick, I can see all right. I could see it being okay to use somewhere in between relying on it for absolutely everything and like
I'm not convinced it's higher than gimmick. I haven't seen a good case for it,
damn.
and it's only in one deck, so it's super gimmicky. Like you're going out of your way to make this work. It's a gimmick.
Yeah, if black, I can see this being better if black gets more ways to get bioweapon capsule, then that it kind of supports a bigger deck. But it's just the fact that you only get 3, and you need these 3 ofs to kind of start your plan. And obviously, there's different ways you can cycle and work around to building it. I do actually like the black green version. I've seen, I know Rita would play it a lot in streams. And there's some cool ideas with it there, but it is still very difficult because you are relying on 3 cards in your deck to create 3 more cards, and then really also banking on those cards not getting kind of cucked in any way. Because if you lose a capsule permanently, you're just stunted for the rest of that match.
Yeah.
I'll put it in gimmick.
Some players got 1900 to 2K with sewers. Good for them. I'm sure they couldn't do it now, but I'm sure they did it in like the first week. That's cool. Sorry, I'm a big hater of this deck. I'm not a fan. But good
I
luck doing
love
that
the
against
deck.
green. Like,
It's not very good, but I love the deck.
yeah. Like if you can beat Yon with this deck, then I'll be impressed.
Oh shit. Dude, it's a supply drop, dude. Anyone ready for some Divi 2, dude? Supply case. 2 cost. I have never seen this card. 2 cost gives a 1/1 to a friendly unit. Gives 1/1 to one friendly unit. Add 1 supply case to your 1 deck to your
This
1
is
EX
the
pocket.
yeah, this is the thinning action for black. I think every color got one. Maybe not, but I don't understand why this is here when black has so many crazy buffs for the same cost or less.
Cute, dude.
I don't know. I don't really know if there's anything else to say for this. I mean, it's just for thinning. That's literally why this card exists. And I don't know why you need to thin your deck if you're playing black, but
I was muted. Sorry, I have a really hot take on this. This card is trash. Cute tier.
wow.
Okay.
No way.
I damn, I was gonna say I put this in every one of my black decks. I put 3 of them in there.
If it costed 1, I would play it. Well, yeah, if it costed 1, it would be crazy, but it doesn't cost 1, it costs 2.
Cause
If it was better, it'd be
dude.
better.
You should be thankful it doesn't
If it
sacrifice
was
life.
better, it would be better. It would completely what do you call it? Power creep demon drug.
Yeah, I guess for mill decks it's not that terrible. It's thinning faster, so that's something.
You know what else
But-
thins? Dumping that shit in the trash.
Yeah. But the problem is that it's the same issue with all the other thin cards, right? And we mentioned this before. If you do play this out and you draw another one before it goes through your pocket, that feels really bad.
Big balls play. Only use one, dude. Here it
Yeah.
is. Dude.
That is the alpha play.
Fucking
I think we can just say cute and move on. I don't know about you guys.
cute, dude. I made the poll 1 minute.
And it's on the same tier as what, the red thinning card?
Yep. Thorough investigation, and that was
Yeah,
only that was one that
and-
had more reason to be good.
Mhm.
Yo, this card though, truth revealed. This card ain't too bad.
Oh,
I
yeah.
had some dickhead try to fucking ignore that, and I was shredding their cotines, dude. It was like, we gonna do though. 1 MP to give a buff to your unit that makes it so if they take damage and survive, they give a random enemy unit -2 HP. So they kept slapping shields on their cotines, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna put this on my fucking gate. And it was like, ow, ow.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this card is not as bad as I originally thought it was. It's just awkward because it's in a color that is mostly not really the tankiest color. I mean, you can definitely use this in Uro decks more than anything else, but Uro is already just like dominating the board and destroying stuff anyway. But I actually do like this in Uro overall, personally. You don't really see it that much, or at least not from what I've seen. Like other decks, like Revenge decks, you're not really going to get much value off of this because your stuff's usually dying faster. But there are specific cards that can definitely get a lot of value off of this, and it's a very good effect for only 1 mana. Sorry, 1 Mirage, or I don't know, man. I'm so hard to say this. I'm sorry.
Put this on your Alfred. It's a great time.
Yeah,
Shit, I didn't
but
make a
but
poll
it gets
yet.
it gets really spicy when you start to combine it with like other cards that have specific death effects based on HP, or just using it in tandem with Demon Hands, which is based off of HP, or some other destroy stuff based off of HP in general. It's a pretty good setup. I just don't know if it's necessary in a color that already has so many ways to destroy.
Here's
not really
the
Getting trades that often in black.
here's the real tech. You put this in Ouroboros alongside Orochi. Seal
Yeah.
me. See what happens, dude.
Well, you can't put this on Orochi.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I was trying to think
has
of
to
what
be-
you could put what would take very little damage.
Yeah, it has to be 6 or less, unfortunately.
Dude, discount. You got your Kami deck. All right, you discount it.
Yeah. It's
6 or
it's interesting.
less.
Like there's some cool like 6 costs that you can do. Like Black Crown, Maruto is a really good one I found. Since he does have a destroy effect that's based off of very low HP, right? Like if he survives, he'll kill something that has 2 HP or less, I think.
Yep.
Which is usually really difficult to set up. But this can help him get there, which makes him a lot scarier as well. And of course,
Put
there's
this on the
Tyrant,
new
but-
Astalos.
Yeah, New
Yeah.
Astalos as well is very good with this in tandem. So I feel like people are sleeping on this card in general. But again, it's black, right? So you're just probably running a bunch of destroys instead, which will get the job done faster.
Yeah, I'm just gravitating toward units that people don't like to seal. Just like, what do people not like to seal? Just let me put this on that.
Like it's funny to put something on like, Gormagala, but then that just transforms and you can't use it anymore. Yeah. And then of course there's the Tyrant thing, but yeah.
People said all right. I think this card's all right. Yeah, I think it's all right.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because in any other color, I
Just
think
give
this
him what
card
he
would be pretty insane. But yeah, you can get a really good deck with it. Yeah.
Yo, we got the raid from Brawlic John. Thank you, dude. How was
Yeah,
your
I think-
stream?
I think my vote's not going to matter because we already have like 3 all rights, but I do think this card is actually good.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty underexplored. I do think it looks rough on paper for black because it's looking at the same general units, but I do think black does have a lot of pretty high HP units that can be good on this. And the more I'm thinking about that human deck that's being ran too, I actually kind of like this a lot more.
Yeah. It's funny because it won't work with Ashura while the effect is on.
Oh man, you'd have to take damage for that
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
happen.
you actually have to take damage. Yeah.
And actually,
so
I haven't messed with it too, but I do think like a mono monsters deck might not be terrible with this between some monsters healing and then new Astalos and such like that.
Yeah, I still think like Maruto is one of the better cards for this, for sure.
John, this is the EX podcast. This is the Teppen boys. We got the Thirsty Games. We got Eye of the Boat. We got Chris D.
Hi.
We should have an EX
together
podcast
on
come in.
Mondays. We
guess.
guess we should. I guess.
Yeah. We're on every Monday.
Every Monday night talking about the meta and everything related to Teppen. Any
We
new
talked a
set that
lot
comes
about-
out, we do a tier
yeah.
list.
We talked a lot about the balance patch earlier. That's not coming, and recap the tournaments, both this past weekend and upcoming. And now we're finishing the tier list for the new expansion.
Oof. We're almost done though.
Yep.
Let's see. So if
Yep.
that's an all right, we got through the Upstart. Dude, I know Timo likes this card. 3 mana to give a friendly unit 2/5, but whenever the unit's HP becomes 3 or less, it gets destroyed. Which is interesting anti-GDI tech.
It's funny. I never really see this card played at all, but it is a pretty crazy buff. I actually think the cost is holding it back than the effect over the effect itself, which is kind of funny. But I think the effect does turn a lot of people off.
You, John, had a birthday tournament, dude. Just kidding. Yesterday was the 2K birthday tournament. Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah, I hope it was a good one. Yeah, like there's a lot of cards that you could use this to buff, and make them scary, but it's kind of hard to argue for this when other buffs for less are already there. Like people are just playing Psycho Power instead of this, which says something. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can generally kind of look at this, I think, as equivalent to a Psycho Power, right? Because
Mhm.
you're essentially really only getting 2 HP since, you know, once you hit that 3
Yeah.
threshold,
That's
they're
the
gone.
logic.
But it would be, I think it's actually it's really good, and I think this card will see pop up again depending on how much like banish effects come around and things like that. Like I think if GDI was super prevalent right now, you would definitely be seeing this card a lot more. So I do think it's a more meta dependent card because in the way too, I think it would be kind of too much if this was 2 cost. That would be kind of bust ass because it's essentially a Psycho Power, but Psycho Power has the life sack.
Yep. But Psycho
But I
Power
do
still is like, yeah, that's standard in my opinion for like black buffs.
Yeah, so your that 1 extra MP is more to avoid the life sack, which you know could be good or bad depending on what you're going for.
Mm-hmm.
But there are things that I like about this card, particularly again for kind of avoiding banish effects is pretty strong, guaranteeing that you get your death effects on units that you absolutely kind of need them on, and then also kind of I fucking dare you to seal me against green as well.
Mm-hmm. It is a very good response to seals.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think I prefer the Act of Desperation, but this does have more flexibility in the event of a different matchup too.
Which one's Act of Desperation?
That's the one with the fish on it. Pet Nami is getting euphoric. 3/3 and then destroy on hit.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That's in terms of against a seal, then yeah, that one's definitely better. This just happens to be good for other situations on top of the seal.
Yeah.
Especially since, you know, if they're not sealing you, you're losing that unit after using it. After they attack, whereas this one, they're staying around.
True that.
Good point.
5 HP is also a good amount.
Sure
That's an
is.
all right.
You don't usually see that big of a HP buff for black. It's usually the attack number going up more.
What do you guys think of this? All right? Because I think all right.
Put this on your Dolmadur. It's fucking crazy.
I would say all right.
All right. Dude, my man showed up at the club naked, and Bison's like, hell no.
Had to check them.
Dress code.
Dress code. Wraps a hand around his neck, dude.
I thought that was Seth.
Is it?
That's probably a form of Seth. There's like 50
Mhm.
Seths.
Well, he looks like he has
Yeah.
pants, so maybe it's not Seth.
He's got some cheeks.
He's got some- I was gonna say the lines look like this just something like all his clothes are collapsing into his asshole, dude. It's tightly tucked in.
Oh. Yeah. Bison's lover. I mean, he calls them a puppet too, so they're into some kinky stuff.
Anyways, dude, Parasites' card is awful. I saw this thing, I was like, nope, never. 1 MP to destroy one of your own units. Limited to black because it's that good. And then give one random enemy unit -1 HP equal to the number to your attack. Kill something, one of your own units, so 3 attack, it's going to give -3 HP to something. Dude is
But they're
naked.
on a late game Valhalla just to kill that one unit with extreme prejudice.
This is very similar to a card that black got, and I think it's based on HP. From the last expansion. I always forget the name of it because it's very forgettable. But this one's based on attack, which is kind of worse.
Oh, that's right. It's based on attack. I was thinking
Yeah.
Dark Arts.
Yeah, Dark Arts is the card I was thinking of. That's based on HP.
Is Dark Arts damage or is it minus HP?
mm, I think that might be damage actually. So this is hard
Ooh.
set HP. But still, it's very weird, especially when you consider the other sacrifices that Black has. I mean, we don't need to mention the one that everyone's running. But it's kind of hard to find the space to do something like this when you could also run something like Massacre instead, which is probably going to do more than this ever could, at least to a single unit.
Ouch.
But yeah, I don't know. Like there's only a few situations I can think of where you're actually going to get some pretty crazy value off of this. That would be if something terrible went wrong. And you're just like buffing one unit over and over again, I guess.
The thing that makes this even worse, it's not even like a good filter card because you need a unit to sack for it.
Yeah, like you can't cycle it.
Rezo Gil maybe.
I guess.
I guess. You just
Again,
anchor
like,
it at the end when you know he's about to die anyway.
yeah, like again, if something terrible went wrong with your super buff unit, then I guess you can use this. It is a really
terrible went wrong.
It is a really funny way to dodge brainwash, but again, there are other ways for Black to do that don't feel as bad.
Play it on your Assilis when they try to brainwash it. I did 5 damage.
It is another way to dodge Ultimate Weapon, which we'll be seeing play soon. So
Chad is torn between alright, gimmick, and cute. 3 votes.
yeah, they can't decide. Not many votes.
I think it's cute. I don't see this card being used at all ever.
Yeah, I would also say cute, I think.
Damn, too bad units suck, dude. They do.
Yeah, I think it's cute.
This card is god awful. I know. It's just if it was based on HP, it'd be something else. Dalmater, remove your unit.
And they wasted such an iconic scene from a Resident Evil 3 remake for this card.
Oh yeah, we got to see that in the one stream, the Halloween stream that we did.
Oh yeah, that's pretty funny. That was a good stream.
Good times. Dude, 7 cards left, and we got a classic. Hit him with the punishment for betrayal, where Sergei is still picking his teeth. 5 cost to destroy a random enemy unit with 3 or more attack. And for some reason, they're just like, this needs a buff. This needs something else. So they made it buff one of your units by 1/1. So this card's pretty fucking good, huh?
I've had so many different thoughts of this card over time. Like, when I first saw it, I was like, damn, this card's bad. And then I was like, wait a minute, it's 3 or more attack. Huh.
Yeah.
This seems pretty good. And then I forgot about it for 2 weeks. And then it got brought up again, and I was like, man, this card's really bad. And then I remembered, wait, it's 3 or more attack. This card's pretty good.
Is there a fuck this card tier? It's so strong. I took away the lowest 2 options.
And the more I start to see it played at any given moment, and maybe I'm biased because I did kill a god card machine earlier with it. This slowly started creeping up into Kami tier for me.
There are rarely any situations where you're like, damn, their attack isn't high enough for me to kill it. I can think of one time where I was like, just buff the attack on your stupid Lucia so I can kill this thing already.
Yeah. It's funny because even if you're in a situation where, your opponent isn't playing units, you can just cycle this. It is a random destroy. Not to say that's like the best situation, but the fact that you can cycle out a destroy card, and you can do that with sample collection as well. But sample collection kills one of your units as well. So, yeah, I don't know. The more I've seen this card, the more I like it day by day.
I think this is one of the cards that's keeping Bison from being unstoppable.
So yeah, this thing I'm torn between this and then the legendary when we get to it. But they're both pretty fucking strong. I don't know. I still think I need to go with Dreadful as, even though I've seen Dreadful kind of.
I think
I've seen it back.
the way that this works is kind of funny though, because even if it isn't destroying the unit, you still get that buff, which is
Yeah, even if
kinda
they dodge
nutty.
and destroy.
Yeah, like just getting that 1/1 buff on a unit, even if it misses, that's kind of a nice consolation prize.
I kind of think it's Kami for the same reason you guys thought Tube Foxes was better than Curse Extraction. You're gonna run a lot of these. You're not just gonna see one of them. It's pretty bad when I add more than one because I'm pretty fucking conservative when it comes to this shit, dude. I'm like destroys. I'm like, nah, I just don't need that many.
It does suck against Denjin until they actually do play out Ryu and Leon.
I was
and
gonna
then
say, are
you're
you
good.
kidding?
Yeah.
This
the problem is-
card.
Yeah. For black, if you run too many destroys, then yeah, you're kind of putting yourself in a hole. But you can cycle this and you do get a buff at the very least. It's an expensive buff, but it's better than just, using Cruel Game instead and just crying.
Yeah, this actually is nicer to attack against if Denjin is running rampant because Denjin thrives on you bricking and not being able to cycle out destroys even when you're sitting at 10 mana, and this can't brick in that regard. And it's just super nice too that like the thing with sample collection is if they have like a Jaggy and a Cammy on the board, you don't know if it's going to hit that Cammy. This kind of guarantees that. Like I think this is I always really thought sample collection was very strong, and even when it's fallen out, I still kind of always like sample collection. But I think this is just kind of better than that in every way.
It's a way better sample collection. Way better.
So I think this is really strong. I'm torn between this and the 4 MP legendary destroy for Kami. So like I can go either way, but this is either great or the Kami for me.
This card was also the hype maker for the tournament yesterday in the last match.
Yep.
This card alone.
I think I saw. Wait, was it you, Ainsworth? I can't remember. Someone reset their Cammy just to dodge the destroy on this, and that really made me laugh.
I put Supper on my Karin just to avoid this, only to then hit her with a reset.
Yeah, that's pretty funny too. Huh. Yeah, the fact that people are like trying to dodge this by just like making their units weaker is very funny to me.
It is really funny.
I thought it was
this card
funny
is
too.
dumb.
I think there was one play last night where they went for Murderous and then they got buffed and it's like, oh shit, and then they just had this in their hand right after they played it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It's kind of like the antithesis to Murder Spikes, which is kind of funny.
I kind of think Kami for this.
What do you think, Iowa?
I like this card a lot, but it's also screwed me in a stream tournament where Secret Walls had a what does Secret Walls have, like a Takeda, a 5/11 Takeda, and I had this card in my hand, and as soon as I play it, he drops a 3/1 Claire.
Yeah, I knew it.
You can figure out the rest. Yeah, I killed that Claire. I killed that Claire.
That poor Claire didn't stand a chance.
But you got a 1/1 buff though.
I did not get the 1/1 buff. I had no units.
Oh.
That Takeda killed me though.
Damn.
That Takeda.
Well.
But yeah, I like this card. But it's easily counterable. I don't know why they ever
easily.
Yeah, I don't know why they gave Claire 3 attack. It should have been a 2/1.
I agree.
How is this card easily dodgeable?
By swarming 3 attack units.
I
Yeah,
mean,
drop a 3-attack unit.
if you just run rampant with mana ramp the whole game and never buff them, yeah, you're gonna do great.
Just put out a bunch of 6 MP fucking units.
I mean, there are points where this could potentially brick, but that's what we were getting at. Like this card never really bricks. Like at worst, you're getting a buff, but yeah, it can feel bad because it's 5.
Or at worst, you're hitting a Claire.
Yeah, and you're still killing a unit, but yeah, sometimes you want to kill the other one. I still like this card a lot, and I think
That's when you fire up your other one.
this is probably my Kami pick. I didn't really say it until now, but yeah.
Ooh.
I
I
think
said
it's
it first, so I sound like the visionary, dude.
Yeah, I was waiting for everyone else to do it, just because I didn't want to say it. I was on the fence, to be honest, but the more I see it, the more I like it, like more and more, and it's not like a huge issue for Black to like single out a target to kill with this.
And it's gay pride, dude. They're holding hands.
They are.
All I know is,
Dude, what a homie,
Sergey
dude.
is making him look at the circle right there below his waist. That counts.
It's like, dude,
Got
it's not
him.
as good as it's not as good it's not as good as the bishop, dude. Literally got him, dude.
I think the reason why I like this so much is because it can counter stuff like Bison,
Bison, Godcar.
Ninetales.
Finally, Gaia Armor's
Ninetales.
rampant horribleness
Yep.
is stopped. We finally stopped Gaia Armor, guys.
We stopped them.
This
Oh,
card's definitely
what's
be
it
more
gonna
popular
be?
after rotation
Thirsty.
as well.
I'm fine with this in Kami.
Iowa.
I think it's just a good card.
Just good.
Just good.
Uh-oh. Well, I don't know what to do in this case. Three commies. We got a good, and then chat was like, is great.
I mean, if there's a better card, then we can. Oh, well, then I would be right, and it would be good. But
I
if
don't
there's
think
not
there's
a better card, then it
Yeah.
can go to Kami.
I don't think there's anything better than this.
All right, it's Kami
Whoa.
tier. Oh my
Damn.
goodness, it's Kami tier.
Got him. We'll see.
We're
getting toward the end here. How about the fracking maneuver? 3 MP to add 2 units to your deck, or from your deck with Revenge active to the EX pocket. So
It's a 3 MP version of a 2 MP card that's been around forever, except it's adding 2 Revenge, not 1. That's literally it.
Akuma's getting stopped in the streets for having too, like, big of a torso.
Mm-hmm.
Getting arrested.
I don't know. Like the Revenge, you're probably gonna draw into Revenge cards sooner than later by just playing the game.
I'll make this a short one.
I don't know why we need this card.
I'll spruce up the music. This is a different part of the snack.
I mean, I've seen people use this card actually in like revenge heavy decks. It was all right, but yeah, man, as long as you can just as long as that card can literally slide into your hand after you send off of it, who the hell cares?
Yep. That's probably the issue, right? Like cards like this and the one with Jetta on it. I always forget the name. As long as the Revenge being drawn instantly to the top of the deck, as long as that's possible, you don't need those cards.
Cute. I agree with cute.
Probably cute. Yeah.
Also, do you
3
really
MP
want to be
for-
drawing your Sigma into your EX pocket with all these Incense of Dooms out there?
Yeah. The more incense gets popular, the scarier pocket draws get.
Yeah, I don't think it's that necessary that we need to have a more efficient version of that card, right?
It's just awkward. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I understand where they're coming from to make it more dense, but I don't really think right now anyone's having a problem with deck density. We have decks that run like 15 one-cost actions, so I think we're fine.
Yeah, it's just a twofer with a slight discount, but you don't need to do that in revenge decks. You'll be
Ooh,
fine.
high altitude attack, one of my faves.
This card is great.
One
card's
MP to
great.
sack 2 life. Give a random black unit in your hand or EX pocket with MP cost of 6 or less. 1/1 and rush. And if you have 15 life or less, it gives it crush, effective for 1 attack. I think it's a great design. Yeah. Not too overpowered. Sacks a little bit of health, so it's perfect for spike launch.
Yeah, this card's pretty crazy. I didn't think it would be that impactful when I first saw it. But it is pretty scary, especially in Spike Launch. But even outside of Spike Launch, you can get some really crazy combinations with Ashura decks, or just aggressive dual color decks in general. Really solid cycle, and really good buff. That crush is really nice, but I wouldn't go out of the way to obtain that.
I don't think you
Um,
really need it.
If you get it, that's nice. If you don't, whatever. You're still getting rush and a buff, and that's pretty damn good. Even on like cards that you least suspect would work with this, it works pretty well. Just having rush available on any unit is pretty nice.
This card's
Play
strong.
this on Coral so you can buff a rotate. No, you can't though. MP cost of 6 or less. Okay, actually, you could discount them and then do it. I see.
Yeah, it's a
Pog.
six or less condition again. But it's really
Then I could
strong.
play Truth Revealed on him too. Oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah.
BG, Kami, Coral, dude, let's go.
I also really like this card as an answer for black to deal with flight in a lot of other ways too, since you don't have to wait that full 10 seconds to actually get an attack through by giving them rush.
Yep.
Or dealing with agility fucks and all that stuff as well helps out a lot. Like if you get this on a revenge 5/2 zombie, obviously not the greatest thing, but if you time it well, you can kill an FDR with it, assuming they're sleeping on the job.
Well, that sounds
It's-
insane. But
It's not
yeah.
likely to happen, but at least it is a possibility.
It's a lot of
Sounds
fun
good.
for dive bomb too, because you could place it, dive bomb, you get that hit as they're incoming, and then you have this line that's already 75% complete.
Yeah, this is probably. I have to think for a second. This is probably the best hand buff card
Yep,
in the game.
because you're
I
getting
can't-
everything that the what do you
can't
call it?
think
The
of
red
any good
version has,
ones
but
right
it's
now.
cheaper.
Yeah, like red has Conga and whatever you call it, but
Gale Storm.
yeah, like this is just better value, and you are sacrificing life, but whatever. It's only 2. You'll get over it. It'll grow back.
You'll get over it. You could play all 3 of these out and then eat one thing and be back where you started, +1.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, it's probably great. I don't know if
I
anyone
think
else
I
would
use this in
have
every
otherwise.
fucking deck that I play that has black.
It is
I mean,
nice to splash in, even if you're not playing Spike Launch.
I play this in
Even right-
Coral.
Right now, I was just messing with a spike dive bomb deck, and I had a 7/7 year with rush and crush. It was cool.
I can think of one time where I accidentally fucked myself over, and that was putting Rush on Rao, and I had her rush in and kill herself before I set up the other thing. it was not my finest moment, but it was funny as hell.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a good question to bring up, Don Don. But yeah, if you play this at 17 HP, everything will apply to the unit, including Crush, because the sacrifice is happening first. The order of events is very important, whereas it is checking for the health after the sacrifice happens.
I think we saw some Astaloses yesterday in the tournament too, running
Yep.
this as well.
Yeah, and Spike Launch.
Give it extra rush, rush.
Well, not the new one. The
flying
3
one.
MP flying one.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
they'll resonate.
I've
And they got pretty strong at some points. There was like, didn't one of them get to like 10 attack? I mean, it kept getting halted or something, right? But
Yeah, it got to 10 attack, and it was just them trying to get something with it, but it got bounced back eventually, but it was still crazy.
when it hits a tube fox, it's especially good too. It gets it going real fast.
Oh my
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
god, I didn't. Sorry, I just Tube Fox of Crush hurts my soul.
It's only one hit.
It's fine.
It's the rush that's scary. Rush with agility. What else has that tag? I don't know. So anyway, Chains of Fate. This is the other Fate card they don't want you to know about. 4 MP to give a friendly unit 2 attack, and then give that unit attacking. Place 1 random unit from your graveyard onto the field and destroy after 1 attack. This is a weird ass card.
I don't understand why this exists. But funny
You're
enough,
slow
it's not
tyrant.
Mother. Like it's funny because it's basically giving it the what's it? It's kind of like a weird mixture of like Legend Oichi effect and like the resurrect from graveyard and destroy after 1 attack effect that some spirit action has. But they combined both of them and added a buff and made it 4, and it's just so awkward. I don't understand. Like, you think it would work well in Ouroboros, but in practice, like, I don't know when you're able to pull this off. And is it really good at that point if you can pull it off?
It's definitely not Mother, but it's definitely not great either.
Yeah, no, I mean the only thing that really kind of pulls it off well is definitely Slow Tyrant, but he's going away, and that's still really awkward. Yeah, it's not terribly good. I can see it maybe doing something in Ouroboros down the line, since it is pulling any unit, which is pretty nice. It does have to get the attack line off.
If it revives Orochi, it doesn't feel good.
Wait, why?
Because Orochi dies after 1 attack.
No, the unit it pulls back doesn't die from 1 attack. The unit that gets this buff dies for after 1 attack.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because that's how I thought it worked too, but that's not how it works. It's not the unit that comes back that has the 1 attack. It's the unit that's getting buffed that dies after 1 attack.
Yeah, I got it mixed up with the
Yeah, I'm glad
Spirit-
they separated that the way they
dies
did.
after 1 attack.
Gimmick. Everyone said gimmick. Not everyone, but 3 of 5. It's either gimmick or Mother. Do you guys even think this is a gimmick, or is it cute?
I think gimmick.
Damn, right next to Lord of the Sewers.
I have seen it go off at least like once or twice. Particularly, I've seen people put it on Sigma. He'll do like 1 big attack. It doesn't matter if he dies because he's revenge, and then he pulled out a fucking Slow Tyrant, and I hated it.
It's not bad on Nobunaga either.
Yeah, especially if it's before his revenge, he's getting bonus stats too coming back.
Yeah. But yeah, the idea is you have to get to the other side to get that attack off, and as long as you can do that, you're good. but a lot of things could happen before then. So
That's the state of the game right now. Is a lot of shit could happen between now and 10 seconds from now.
between the time of you trying to attack and yeah, a lot could happen for sure.
Like 2 damage, 3 damage, 4 damage.
Or possibly 25.
And this can't revive itself, right? When placed on a unit, it can't
No,
revive itself, right?
it's an attacking clause, so it would try to revive first.
Correct. The revive would happen before the damage.
Yeah, just to clarify.
So, chat said gimmick. What do we think? Gimmick?
Probably gimmick, yeah.
All right, here's the potential Penguin tier card, dude. Deathmatch invitation.
I'm sorry,
Don't-
real quick before we go to that.
No.
One absolute degenerate thing that will never happen, but is kind of funny if it does happen with that other card, is if you get it on Indestructible Fully Grown Amy, she's basically rebirthed every attack line without killing herself.
Oh yeah.
Ah!
Is it? I guess Legend Amy is the only one that is indestructible. I guess you could put it on Nightmare, but that's pointless.
Yeah, because he's banishing on attack, but
Yeah. There's no other indestructible units in the game now, right? I feel like I've asked that question before.
Nah.
nope.
I guess not. No. Okay. Cool. That would be funny.
Deathmatch invitation. If you want to life sack everybody, give all units, friendly enemy, all units +2/+1, and on death they sacrifice 2 life.
Yeah, this card was getting a lot of hype on the first day of release. Remember, a lot of people were excited for this one. I literally have not seen this card played after the first day. What about you guys?
I have not seen it, period.
I haven't seen it much. It just seems really, really weird.
Like,
If
the
you really
theory
want-
value is insane, right? For like your side getting a full buff, and if they die, so what? You're playing Spike Launch or something. It's more value, but you can sacrifice your opponent's board, and they lose 6 health. It should be good, right?
Should be.
So why isn't it seeing play?
Because it sucks. Sorry.
Because it needs units.
And that's not allowed in this game.
Sure does. That's what we were getting at. I think it's funny. It's a funny card because, like, yeah, you can just get a bunch of speeches on them instead if you really want that sacrifice effect on your opponents, but you're not buffing your side if you're just using speech. So it kind of works both ways, where there's a good side and a bad side. Like, if you just swarmed with Despair and your opponent has no units, you can just play this out and you get even more buffs on top of Despair, which is really funny. But they do all die and eventually, and you lose health. But if you have Curse Extraction, it doesn't matter. Anyways, there's some cool ideas you can do with this, right? But in practice, it's a lot more awkward than you think it would be to set up. And you don't really want to buff your opponent's board. Kind of bad.
Sure you do. You give him that warning before Cruel Game. Yeah, Pink has it.
Like, you see Maeda with the wife, and it's like, yeah, I'm not scared of these guys. Let me just play out this invitation real quick. Oh, what did I just do?
I mean, it really implies that you have a board clear after that, but we're taking most of those away.
Hey man, when they're refusing to buff that Lucia, you just throw this down, then you give them the betrayal, and it's like, yes.
Now you're fucked, kid.
It does set up the punishment for sure.
Oh shit, dude! People say good.
I'm just not that crazy about it. I think people really overhyped it.
It's too situational.
It is, yeah, but I don't think it's bad at the same time. It probably just falls under like like I could almost say good, but it's probably all right. I don't know.
I don't really see a situation this is useful other than like you have 3 MP to spare before your fucking cruel game because you're an asshole anyway, and it's just like hee hee.
Yeah, but like if you have like a full board and your opponent doesn't have anything, this is a pretty healthy buff for only 3. Just don't die, Smile.
Just don't die.
Look, man, if you got your Bison on the board and a full board, and then you drop this down, and then you give him Psycho Powers, and you probably won. You probably won a while ago, though.
Yeah, like with Bison, you don't have to worry about that effect. But yeah. Certainly,
I can't even get up a
impressive card.
fucking decent board with any of the decks that I play, and I play unit focused decks.
Yeah, Skyroach, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want a really meaty board, or scary board after Despair, if it somehow is not scary in the first place, you can just use this to buff it even more. Pretty good.
That's how you get everybody past Shield Spire. Hee hee.
Yeah.
That'd be a dope board, though. If you pull back 3 dead fishes with Despair, and you give them all this.
Mm-hmm. Use
Try to
Deathmatch
find
and then
it
Extraction.
in the
Exactly. You're probably winning the game at that point if you were able to set that up. But yeah.
So I don't know. I'm putting it in Gimmick. At least that's where I would put it.
I
think it's all right.
All right for me. And Chad had it pretty high, like great or something.
Good.
I want to say Mother.
Mother, yeah.
What?
I feel you, Iowa.
Of course not Mother.
I think it's Mother.
It kind of needs that perfect board state situation, and like just more than the board state.
All right,
It's almost a
we're
Trinity
all over the
buff, though.
place.
Hey, whoa.
Exactly.
Shitty Trinity.
But yeah, give your reasoning, Iowa.
My stance on this is it has 2 different abilities, and you can't really get the best of both worlds. And when you do one or the other, you're gonna lose out. So let's just say that you want your opponent to lose 6 health, so you want to buff their whole board, and you probably don't want as many units on your side of the field to use this buff on because you don't want to lose life or whatever. And then what would happen is they would have a buff board, and then you'd be taking the hits. So to me, that's like counterintuitive in design. And then it also flip flops. You getting cut health for a bigger board. But I guess that's how it comes into cost. But I feel like it's kind of Mother.
Damn.
Yeah, there's way better things to do with your MP. Like Psycho Power, for example. Heartless Experiment. If you
Yeah,
wanted to cut your life for a buff, that's what you would do. You wouldn't do this shit.
but this is close to 3 Psycho Powers for pretty much the same, right? You're
In
still
the best
sacrificing
situation,
2.
3 Psycho Powers.
Yeah. It's all situational and dependent.
I mean, if you're gonna have a full board, I feel like you were already winning in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's just
Black
better
is
to have.
kind of the best at swarming a full board, though. That's why I kind of like this
Mhm.
card a bit more. I mean, again, they literally have a hero art for it. Especially even like spreading infection, or even just like once you get like a lot of revenge units back, you can just kind of slam them down in this if you're in a comfortable spot to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing to throw out as a one of. There's just a time and place for it. But I think it's fine right in the middle because everyone is all over the place with their ratings. We
Fair
should
enough.
Probably move on.
2 cards left. We got Dreadful Business. Yup. This card, yup. 4 MP, yup. Dreadful Business, yup. Destroy one unit with an MP cost of 6 or less, and you take its HP and you distribute it to the remaining units on that side.
Now, why can't this kill 7 or less? Huh? What's the deal? Anyways, this card's pretty good.
Because it's
Staple
killing and not bouncing. They
destroy.
finally realized that
I
bounce
know.
is not as strong as destroy. It
Bounces
just
are
took them
insane
this
as
long.
destroys, guys. Yeah, this card's pretty good. The HP effect is actually kind of scary in some situations. It's not as scary as giving units flight, thankfully. But it is
Thank God
definitely
HP sucks.
something. It's something to consider at times. Let's just say that. It can get out of control, but as a whole, it's just another destroy for black, and it's very well costed for what you can kill. Like, I don't know, FD Ryu. Yeah, pretty good. Not many bad things to say about this card, and yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think?
This is a great destroy. This is a staple destroy to throw in every dual color deck that splashes black. You better be putting this in your damn deck.
Yeah, it's pretty much a staple for every black deck now. This probably is the Kami tier.
This was the other card that I was torn between this and Betrayal for Kami. So, like I
Yeah.
said, I'm good for either or on Kami. I could say this is Kami.
They're all destroys in the end.
They're all adding more destroys for black. And
Thankfully.
surprise with the best cards. The only thing holding this one back for me is the fact that you can use this in a bad spot. I have destroyed units where it's just like, damn, they have to give that HP to something else. So
yeah, that
you
HP split can be pretty brutal.
you don't want to, like, a lot of people, like, it's become kind of rote that you wait until the line is about to complete before you drop that destroy. This is the exception. You don't want to do that. Once you have the MP for something, you just fucking kill it.
Yeah. And it's especially scary when you consider like the amount, like the units that you probably are destroying with this, especially against like green. It's pretty much the scariest matchup using this card against green because their legendaries especially are very healthy. And when they spread that across the other units, it's very difficult to block them down. With like your revenge and your gates and whatnot. They can get very tall very fast. That's really the only downside with this card, though. In an expansion that's full of, legendary actions with weird downsides, this is probably not the worst one to have to deal with, but it can get very tall.
I've had my Nash buff with this because they decided to destroy Strider. Yep.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
pretty
dude,
great though.
Kyle coming in
Kyle
clutch,
coming in, yeah.
dude.
With the hot take.
Nah, I don't think it's a hot take. I don't think it's better than Punishment.
Yeah, I mean it's close. It's close because this is more targeted destroy as opposed to punishment. But punishment can destroy anything, right? Doesn't matter what the cost is, which is a big deal. And that buff that punishment brings is nice as well. There's no downside to it. While Dreadful does have a downside, but I don't know. I think Dreadful really helped open up like Black's ability to handle their more awkward matchups because they don't have to wait for 6 mana to destroy the FD Ryus or the Leons and whatnot. Like even just killing a Strider with this is not that bad.
I don't know. I've seen enough. Fucking no. I guess I shouldn't get bogged down. We're keeping red, green, purple commies where they are. Black, we're still negotiating.
Yeah,
but we still gotta.
But what did chat say again? Did chat vote Kami?
Chat voted pretty dominantly Kami for this.
So that's one. I I'm still torn. What are you guys saying?
I think it's just great. I think punishment's better.
Thirsty and Iowa.
I'm
Kami's here for me.
Iowa says Kami.
I can fit them either or in Kami. I really don't have a say,
if you had to pick?
if I had to pick, I will go with Dreadful. Black has enough outs to not really care too much about health. Obviously, if played incorrectly, it can be bad. But I don't like to base cards on being played incorrectly too much. Because that just means when a good player gets a hold of it, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. Like I've seen people use Curse Extraction with 4 deaths. That doesn't mean I think the card's bad.
Damn,
so
damn curse.
I'm gonna put Dreadful at Kami for me.
Okay, my vote doesn't matter then, but I was kind of leaning towards Kami, and I mean, yeah, the downside is you are buffing another unit on the board if they have it, but good news, you can just destroy that unit as well. Yeah, this is probably Kami.
Random is cool, dude. Random is really good because you could just kill everything else. And then a Wound and a Thirst. Give 1 friendly unit +2 attack, and then any enemy unit that has less HP, or less than or equal to that unit's attack, they just die.
I kind of forget the whole legendary set for this expansion. Just thinking about it right now, but I think this is the worst legendary of the set. I don't know if it's debatable, but it's just kind of my take. This is a very disappointing.
I think it's great.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
I've seen it clear a fucking board before. It's pretty good at that too.
I guess.
If you're gonna say, what do you call it? Collapse of Negotiations is Red's cruel game. This is a cruel game. That's dealing 5 damage to everything. You could put a Wound and a Thirst on Alexia, and that would do the same thing.
Yeah, that could work with Alexia, but it's not guaranteed. I'm not a big fan of this card. Like I've tried to make it work, and it just doesn't work. Like I'm at least hoping it kills 1 unit sometimes, and even then, it's not working. It's really situational.
Really situational, but I've seen it just screw me pretty hard where it's killing more than 1 unit.
But is this more situational than the 2 MP green legendary?
This card could be doo-doo and Mono Dive Bomb.
I think Phantom Beast is really good. This is very situational. It's risky too, right? Because it is a 5 cost. This isn't as as cost effective as those other legendaries, but it makes sense because it's trying to clear the whole board in theory. I'm just saying that theory value is very rare. Like I haven't really seen it work that often, and there are ways to counter it as opposed to the other clears that don't really have a counter.
I'm with Chris on this one. Some points that I'm thinking is I have seen this card beat me personally. I just didn't have a card to stop it. But what makes this card what I think is a good tier card is that you'll have cards in good tier that people will play, but I don't think it deserves to be in great tier just because that it does have a counter. And I've noticed that while playing TEPPEN, there's going to be plenty of times where your opponent just has 1 or 2 or 3 cards that completely stop what you had in your hand. So it could open you up to losing the game. That's what that card does. I think that TEPPEN also has a lot of cards where, once you play the card, there's not a lot of counterplay to it, so you just win. And I don't think this card is one of those. So I think it's a good card.
It's
Not great.
It is really hard to pull off in certain matchups, especially against red, because they can
I
you know, and black.
Yeah, I think it's as strong as the unit you play it on. So if you're trying to fucking put this on a goddamn zombie and kill the board, you're just like asking for
Yeah.
trouble.
And at that point, it's the combined value. Like you could have spent that mana better elsewhere. And like Secret Wall's giving a really funny example. He played against Orochi. They tried to buff Orochi with this. He had Hamiko. He lip slashed Hamiko, and Orochi ended up being like a 3-1 or something, according to him. So that didn't even kill anything.
Misplayed,
But
bad
again,
card.
like Orochi combined with this, that's a lot of mana, right? And that's probably guaranteed more often than not. But again, that's a lot that you just spent, and you fall behind. But you probably just won the game. I don't know. Again, like you could play this on Bison. Bison's on the card. It makes sense, right? But that's a very expensive combination, and yeah, you're kind of just stuck waiting for your man or your mirage to come back, whatever. Waiting for your points to come back, and like you kind of just fall behind if it doesn't work, right? So you're kind of gambling with this card more often than not. I knew Kyle would say Bison's Kami. That was pretty predictable.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dongo has a good point. There's a lot of strong ass cards that it's pretty crazy when there are 3 cards that you want to put in Kami tier and you can't.
Actually, if it's possible, I would like to vote that Bison be Kami as well.
Damn.
The only reason why I say that is because he literally wins the game if you just slap him down opening hand.
He can,
Like-
but I mean, there's a lot of combinations that can just literally win the game opening hand. I mean, I don't know. Like we're saying, Chad is saying, Kyle specifically saying Bison should be God tier because he wins games by his own, but Strider is not Kami tier, even though he can win games on his own.
I've seen so many matches just watching Ainsworth play Denjin where it's like, yeah, you know, Strider finally dies. What's my memory count at? Oh, 17? Okay.
The Veil is what kills. If it didn't have Veil, I would like not give 2 shits. But the
Yeah,
fact
but
that
there's
it has its body size and then has
Yeah.
Veil, that's very difficult to beat.
I mean, I've watched Bison die to a Jake that was able to block him. I've watched Bison die to a punishment because it's a random destroy, and Bison's attack was high enough, of course. I've watched him die to Rebel's Memories. I've watched him get sealed by a CC right before they used Psycho Power and they hurt themselves and died. I've watched Red just not give a shit about any Veil units in general. This is not to say that Bison is a bad card because he got countered by those plays. I'm just saying he's not unstoppable and he doesn't just instantly win the game as soon as he hits the board. I mean, he's great for sure, but I don't think he's like insane like people think he is. And he is a 7 cost. So again, like the cost is right in my opinion. He's well designed in that regard. The rest of him is bonkers, but again, you have to get that ascension off. So there's a lot of more. It's a lot more than just playing a 7 cost unit and then just running away with the game. There's some setup involved.
Yeah, I see where
opposed to the
Kyle's
other cards
coming
where you
from.
can just
Though.
play them out and you're good.
I see what Kyle's saying though. It's definitely one of those things. It's like a high. It's a lot like the red legendaries where it just shows up and you're just like, the anxiety builds. You have to get rid of this thing immediately. And once they start buffing, it can be kind of the end pretty quickly.
Bison's similar to Rao. He's a way better Rao. I'll say that.
I agree with you, and I'm going to concede my argument, but I will argue one thing about Bison. If I have a 3 MP unit and Bison in my opening hand, I'm going to slap both those cards down, and the chances
Damn.
of me winning is really high.
Depends on your matchup.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it is a common occurrence to see something like that. And yeah, I don't blame you for going for that combination because it is very strong and very scary. And the opponent most likely, has to find a way to deal with him sooner than later. And you can't just block with weak units because you're just going to keep giving him psycho power. Like that's where he thrives. But there are ways to stop that.
Damn, Dreadful Business and Punishment are so fucking similar. It's really hard to put one in there and not the other. And then we have Bison, who's something different. I kind of want to just, like, at this point, just swap Bison in and just leave the two destroys at the same place.
I definitely think the destroys are better overall. I mean, Bison is strong. Like I think this is like the most unnecessary argument because it's like which of these things that we think are all candidates for being up there should be up there. The thing is I do think the destroy it just kind of fits in a lot more decks consistently. I mean, I think if you're playing mono black, you should be playing Bison in most decks anyways. But also if you fall behind, Bison can have trouble saving you from that. Whereas,
Right.
you know, being able to remove a 6-cost unit for 4 MP can save you from falling behind. Bison is definitely like incredibly strong opener, sure, without a doubt. Like there's a lot of those cards that just when you open them, you just like fuck, don't want to see that. And he's incredibly strong combo for that. But the thing is as the match goes on and things play out, it can be more awkward to get Bison out, whereas that destroy is pretty much always ready and handy.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's all about like which cards are better situational and like which cards will guarantee you will win more often than not, and also which cards are probably more playable. Not to slight, you know, Bison, but like I said before, he's not really seeing much playing Despair, but you can definitely fit him in Despair. But the fact that Despair can win without him is pretty telling. But I see almost every black deck is running Disloyalty or whatever. So I don't know. The fact that it's Disloyal is more auto include in black than Bison right now kind of pushes it over for me.
And that's fine. I will concede my arguments that Bison is Kami tier. Because he's not. I agree with you guys. I'll concede that. But I do want to say that if there is ever a card in black, or actually just ever a card in general, if there is a card in general that says you win the game because you opened with this card, I'm putting it in my deck.
That's fine.
Yeah, you should.
God, I get Disloyalty mixed up with the other card all the time. What the hell is the black one?
Dreadful Business.
Business.
Dreadful Business,
Why
yeah.
is it called Business?
Business.
That's so weird. Like I feel like does anyone else feel like the name should be switched? Like the purple card should be Business, right? Because she's doing the job for the mysterious thing in the back, and then like on the black card, she's like pretending to be loyal to Bison, but no. Whatever. It's late.
I mean,
Pass
I think
along.
she's also supposed to be working for that guy, but she's disloyal to him.
Yeah, like I guess
Or,
it could go either way.
Plot twist: the red eyes in the purple card is the back of a car, not actually some guy's like glowing eyes.
That's
dude.
Nico's car, her secret art's driving away.
I just find it weird that Ada would
She's
be
the one
working for
behind it.
Bison and like actually serve him or something. I don't know.
Are
we done?
swapping anything? Are we done?
Are we done?
Y'all eating? Oh wait, a wound and a butthole, dude. What do we put?
Oh
where
yeah,
we
we
putting this
didn't.
thing?
We got so
We-
sidetracked. We didn't know where to put that because yeah.
Oh.
So I know I brought up like comparing it to the 2 MP unit, but that was just more kind of like wanted to figure out more about like the situational stuff. But I do think it is the weakest legendary. It is still pretty strong though, but I would put it in good tier.
I concur.
Yeah, chat's saying good, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. I
I'm
just
fine
have
with
seen it.
good,
I've seen
but-
it pop off hard.
I could have put it under all right because I think we have Rajang under all right now. I forget. So
Oh, it's
maybe
better than
Rajang is the
Rajang.
worst legendary. I don't know.
Oh wait, yeah, Rajang. I forgot. That's how bad he is. I forgot about him. I think he's the worst legendary.
Damn, he sucks. Wound is the worst legendary action for this set anyway.
And
There's
that's
obviously
pretty
obviously legendary actions in other sets, but yeah.
There's probably only two things that I would want to change at this point.
Okay.
That I would raise. I would want to move bump Sagat down one, and then I would swap feline and supper. I take back my argument that I made before. I agree
Wow.
with Chris.
Wow. I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for someone to agree with me. I don't know what to do now.
Swapping feline.
That I mean, like I'm not making like an executive decision there. Those are just like things that I am mentally changing on. If anyone disagrees or anything like that, I'm fine with that as well.
I concur. I'm fine with the feline swap, and also
Sorry,
definitely
Don.
Scott to go down.
Sorry, Dongo. I only listen to people that play the game.
I think this is very valid. If you play the game, your opinion should, your opinion's probably up there.
All right, let's do it. Let's make those changes. I'm voting yay on both of those changes.
Yeah, I definitely
Sagat
don't like
and
Sagat
Sagat
being
and
in
who?
Greek tier. You did the other one. Sagat just needs to go
Just
down.
bump them down.
Yeah, you changed feline already, so you
But-
just have to change Sagat.
Put him after Sakura, because Sakura is better than
Damn.
Sagat.
Damn. They're literally the same card, but just different costs.
Nah, Sakura is just better.
Uh,
I can perfect block with Sakura. I can't do that with Sagat.
I guess. Yeah.
Can if you coral them 3 times.
Actually, yeah. I actually had to block a very large Nero yesterday in the tournament with Sagat, and that felt very awkward.
Thank you for the follow.
But are you gonna perfect block that flight unit with Sakura, Iowa?
Does the flight unit have shield?
Yes.
Damn.
What?
I guess
He doesn't have anti.
I don't know. I guess I should have had Sagat in my deck.
Yeah, Sagat does have anti. That's true. I always forget that.
I still think feline's better, but then again, I don't know. With the current meta,
Feline's pretty
sure.
good. I mean, feline still
It's-
deserves to be in great tier for sure.
Yeah. And I can obviously see me changing my mind, but it's just right now, with how easy it is to ignore feline and how bad playing out units can be. You either
And I-
need to be a unit that's giving you actions, or you need to be in action to be up there in my
How did
mind
Green-
right now.
Headed Green only got 3 cards in great tier, by the way. That's pretty funny.
I think it's fucking huge that like you ignore the feline, they keep their MP boost, and the MP boost ain't nothing.
Yeah, I mean, generally though, the plan and how you fight
Yeah.
it is you ignore the feline until you kill whatever else is on the board, and then you take out the feline, and then I mean, feline's still fucking great for sure.
Yeah,
I've just have definitely come around to
the ramp is
the
nice.
downsides being worth it on supper.
Yeah, Supper's pretty big. It's definitely a tougher card to play out. But you can get some really crazy value off of it.
I've seen it pop off as like, I mean, there are some cards it works really well on, some cards it doesn't really work too well on.
Wrath fell off, but it could be the meta. I think Wrathless still deserves to be up there. I did not have Laggy up there in great tier when we first looked at it, I'm pretty sure. But I'm actually fine with it up there too, to be honest, because the effect is good.
Effect and stats are still really good on that laggy.
Yeah, I'm mostly fine with everything else. Everything else would just be like minor nitpicks and stuff that could go either way, so it doesn't really bother me. But I think we should just call it there.
Heinous that we almost had 2 cards that were not legendaries in Kami, and we had to just swap them
Yeah.
out.
Sorry, there had to be legendaries,
Gross.
clearly. Yep. That's fine though. It's fine. They're supposed to be strong. That's why they're legendary.
By the
But we
way, I
gotta
think I
go
remember when we
basic at the
started.
top, though.
I think I remember when we started this that I joked about my most hated card, and at the time it was Bison, but it's not. It's fucking Strider. I
Yeah,
hate
I
that guy.
fucking hate Strider. Talk
Should
about that. Shouldn't
Strider be
Strider be the
Penguin?
penguin? No.
No,
Not
no, no,
really.
no.
I've had some games where I just throw murderous spikes at him and they're just like, well, fuck me, dude. And they just pack up and
No.
leave, dude.
I'm honestly not. I mean, Strider can get scary, but I don't know. Like opening Strider, I just kind of expect now, and it's just like, all right, that's fine. I could just like plan around that. Like I don't think he's super scary. I mean, he's still annoying, and he's Kami for a reason, but um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's fine in that spot. He is the only
It's
non-action in Kami, the only unit in Kami, so that's saying something.
I
He makes
feel
actions, though.
like he makes actions. I feel like
Sure.
he is like something that if you're running red or splashing red, you're gonna fucking put him in your deck because actions run this fucking game. And he just makes actions for you, and he's kind of hard to remove when all of his actions let him get another one. Just one more, just one more.
And whenever I play Jill, it feels like I don't know. I play out Strider, and it's like, all right, I'm ready for this to be sealed now. And sure enough, they just seal him right away. Like, man, you think having Rush would give him an advantage, but nope, they're just able to react and seal him right away.
Yes, because run like 850 seals. You're good. Boys are
Yep,
still going? Barely.
we are, but we're almost at the ends. So
I
but
still
we
gotta
are-
put on bug snacks for
have to bug
Dongo,
snack it.
dude.
I do have to go to bed soon.
Yeah, we're wrapping
Yeah.
up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like
Yeah.
to head off too.
Cool.
I would like
I'm
to
gonna do
leave.
the opposite and start setting up me for streaming.
Oh,
What are
you're
you
gonna stream it?
streaming?
I saw. Yeah, what are you streaming?
I'm gonna stream this little known hidden gem game called TEPPEN.
Wow, that's crazy.
Teppeen?
Is,
Tappin?
Is cosplay still on too, or
Does
think he is.
Teppene have
Oh,
good
he's
balance
also on
changes?
Nope, but I'm not gonna lie, I just got inspired to do really stupid shit watching this, so or
Yeah.
going through
Yay,
this tier
stupid
list,
shit.
so
these new black cards are inspiring Thirsty to make a really good Ashura deck? Yeah.
Top
it's not gonna be Ashura. I'm gonna make,
Tapine?
but it's gonna be yeah.
It is gonna have black.
Does-
Man, you're gonna make me stay up now.
When I'm
That's cool,
typing too fast, I love TEPPEN, or sometimes I type TEPPEN.
and we will be tweeting out this tier list, guys, ASAP. So be sure to check that out. The full list will be on the Twitterverse very soon. So get
Kyle,
the word
I
out.
want you to reply with every single card you disagree with, but I want it to be like an individual tweet reply. I want that tweet to get ratioed
Yeah.
so fucking hard.
And if you
No, guys,
if
stop.
you guys want to make your own tier list, you can. Mal, you should share the template or something when you're making the post.
Do it.
But I can do it on my own as well. If you don't, I'm just gonna have to do it tomorrow if it's up to me.
I think this is it.
Yeah. That
We'll
would
see
be
you
it.
later, Secret. Thanks for staying up this late and watching us.
Yeah, so that's
See,
the template,
that-
guys. You can make your own.
Pink, that's what I was saying. Kyle just needs to stream. He thinks everyone's against him, dude. I was like, I just want you to. I'd chill out. I'd listen to him explain every single card.
Yeah, can I call out both Kyle and Spooky for hyping up their own streams and then never streaming?
Also, we should bug Kyle a lot to start his own podcast. Was another
Oh,
thing.
right. The
Do it.
Kyle's hot take hour or whatever.
Dude, thank you, Michelle, for using that, dude. Man of Steel.
Man of Steel. I love it. It's giving me too much joy watching him go right now. It's way too late.
It's too. That emote is perfect for when we were like the Battle of Amatsu no Kuni. We were like, "Who's the hero?" Dude, we were like fucking looking it up. Like, who the
Cooked
fuck
with
was
Kyle. Oh, I like that. Kyle's cooking show.
Dude,
Wait,
cooked.
Phoenix, Strider, Ada, Mori. Is this a Marvel tier list? What is going on here?
What? Ada? Whoa.
Oh yeah, it is not a Marvel.
All
I
right.
wish.
Thirsty, are you starting up?
Oh yeah, I'm working on it.
Had to do that Man of Steel meme really quick.
Streamer, my friend suggested an artist to get that commission from, but when I click the link to go to For Affinity or something, it says the page is only for people 18 or older. What does it mean? It means website for adults. You should be careful with what filters you use there. You might
What
see
is that?
something you don't want to see.
For a
Oh. I almost started streaming to TCS. That's a thing I gotta worry about now.
Uh-oh.
Son of a bitch.
Oh right. Yeah, I don't want those
Hilarious.
logins.
Skyridge got a furry friend. For Affinity's fine, but you get some you can find every manner of weird art on there. Furries are spoopy. I love how you're taking these seriously. Hey, ask and you shall receive an
That's-
answer.
Yeah, that's the question. So gotta answer it.
I'm not gonna hide behind it. Be like, nah, man. All furries are innocent people, and they're all just everything's all happy.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I ever tell you about board game night where we have
What?
a group of furries come
Oh,
over
yeah.
to the card store? Yeah, yeah. So they taught me a furry term that I cannot repeat on stream, and yeah, I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I even saw pictures. It was great. They showed me on their phone.
Oh, sick. I love when they bring examples.
Yeah, yeah.
They bring examples, dude.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
I didn't even know it existed. So man, the world is much bigger than you think.
it's way bigger, but it also can be small.
I had a
You'd
business
be
lunch with
surprised.
the senior VP of a very large healthcare company. She was very proud of her daughter who created furry costumes for in-for convention. Yeah, those can get pretty expensive. And I have a friend that made fursuits. He does it as kind of a side thing, just as a hobby. But it takes a long fucking time, and there's like just multiple layers of everything. You have to consider how it looks on the outside and how it feels on the inside. How does it feel comfortable? Are you gonna walk around in this thing? My local used to have furry weeklies with the My Little Pony TCG Pog.
Nice.
Sonic Fox has 2 suits, I bet. I think he has a partial, which is not as cumbersome. Because he has like his little gaming jersey. He doesn't have to have like a big furry torso. Because, yeah, it's hot.
Uh-huh. That makes sense.
I kind of wish I played MLP TCG.
Oh, yeah? I haven't even seen that.
I've seen it.
Goth Fur Nights. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Pacific.
Mm.
The MLP TCG, dude, Pog. I have to look into it and see how it works. What's the strat?
You probably gotta beat each other up with friendship. I don't know.
Burn, dude. Friendship burn.
Nice.
I mean, they do have a lot of different kingdoms. You got all the tribes there. I'm making the TEPPEN, the MLP TEPPEN set. Right after making the Bug Snack set, dude.
Talking about bug snacks.
Friendship burn, dude. That sounds really cool, though. Oh my god. So, is Thirsty active now? Is he live now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So
We're leaving.
we're hopping in the car, dude.
Bye, everyone. Oh, I do want to say something, an announcement before we go. I mentioned this on my stream yesterday, but for those who missed it, I will be streaming tomorrow, and then I'll be streaming the day after that, and then the day after that, and then the day after that. basically starting tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming every day for the rest of this month. And it's all going to be TEPPEN ranked gameplay. So check those out if you can.
Will do.
That's all I got to say.
Oh wait, Kyle wanted the link to the thing. It's Kyle.
We got to set up a schedule of streamers all day long.
Hell yeah, more TEPPEN streamers.
I guess, but I'll be streaming every day. That's all I know.
Oh wait, hold on. I have got something special. Something right here on stream. Fucking dude, that seal. Every time someone plays a seal now, I should have that. Fucking go.
Yeah.
Hey. All right. Well.